Chapter 767. Why aren't you greeting the Lord? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the house heads immediately shouted to their clansmen. Because they were afraid that if they weren't careful, Yi Hao would be displeased, and that would be troublesome. Many disciples and guards heard the house heads say so, and they all knelt down. One by one, they immediately knelt on the ground. Greetings, my lord. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing this scene, hundreds of thousands of people knelt down in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao's army of 90,000 people roared excitedly. Lord, there's something I don't know if I should say. Suddenly, House Head Wang spoke, looking at Yi Hao. What is it? Yi Hao asked when he saw the serious expression on the Wang family head's face. Lord, although the zone leader is dead, but the remaining strength of House Yu is still not to be underestimated. House Head Wang said worriedly. Does House Yu still have many demon sovereigns? Hearing House Head Wang's words, Yi Hao frowned. If House Yu only had a few demon sovereigns, he wouldn't be afraid. But he was worried that House Yu still had a large number of demon sovereigns, and even peak demon sovereigns. That would be troublesome. That's right, the zone leader only brought 1/3 of House Yu's experts this time. House Head Wang nodded. Yi Hao's heart tightened. He didn't think that House Yu's strength was beyond his imagination. He was already shocked when he saw that House Yu had 10 demon sovereigns, but he didn't think that these demon sovereigns were only 1/3 of House Yu's strength. This meant that House Yu had at least 20 demon sovereigns. If Li Yuanba could be used all the time, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of House Yu's demon sovereigns. But Li Yuanba's summoning duration was about to end. If he relied on these big houses, he could only recruit 14 demon sovereigns. This was definitely not House Yu's match, and he killed House Yu's zone leader, and 10 demon sovereigns. Now, he was forcing House Yu's demon sovereigns to join him. Even if he didn't do anything to House Yu wouldn't let him go. Does House Yu have a peak demon lord? Yi Hao asked the head of House Wang. My lord, as far as I know, there was only one person in the Rain Domain who was a peak demon venerable. No. He was killed by Lord Yuanba. The head of the Wang family looked at Li Yuanba with respect in his eyes. My lord, you only need to ask Master Yuanba to go to House Yu, and I believe House Yu will surrender. The head of House Wang continued. After all, he had witnessed Li Yuanba's strength. He could easily slay 10 demon highnesses. Even if he killed 20 demon sovereigns, it probably wouldn't take much effort. Yi Hao smiled bitterly in his heart when he heard the Wang family head's words. Li Yuanba had a summoning time, but he couldn't tell these people. Suddenly, Yi Hao thought of something and looked at the heads of the houses. Since House Yu has a demon sovereign, then you all have one too, right? The heads of the houses were stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. But the heads of the houses didn't dare to hide or lie. They immediately told Yi Hao how many demon sovereigns they had left in their houses. As expected, Yi Hao was delighted when he heard that the heads of the houses had demon sovereigns in their houses. But Yi Hao's face turned cold. How dare you? If I didn't ask you, would you still want to keep it a secret for your houses? The heads of the houses trembled when they heard Yi Hao's cold voice. They quickly knelt on the ground, indicating that they didn't dare to. They did have such thoughts before. After all, they were forced to swear an oath to submit to Yi Hao in order to save their lives. But as the heads of the houses, they were all cunning old foxes. Naturally, they wouldn't reveal all their trump cards to Yi Hao. Although they couldn't betray Yi Hao, they had their own thoughts. If they kept some of their demon sovereigns, then they wouldn't have to tie the entire house to Yi Hao. But they didn't expect Yi Hao to find out so quickly. And in the face of Yi Hao's questioning, they didn't dare to lie at all. My lord, I'll ask them to come over and swear an oath to submit to you. The head of the Wang house thought for a moment and said quickly, Me too. Seeing that the head of the Wang house had done so, the other heads of the houses didn't dare to play any trick. I won't force them. I have my ways to deal with those who don't want to submit to me. Yi Hao could only scare the heads of the houses at this moment. After all, from what the heads of the houses said, there were at least a dozen demon sovereigns in these 7 houses. If these people submitted to him, then he wouldn't have to fear the remaining forces of House Yu at all. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone was indeed frightened, and hurriedly shuddered. After all, they knew Yi Hao's methods. The 10 demon sovereigns of House Yu were killed because they hesitated and didn't submit to Yi Hao in time. My lord, don't be anxious. I'll send someone back to summon the demon sovereign's former experts immediately. The head of the Wang house immediately instructed Yi Hao and the demon sovereigns beside him. The other heads of the houses did the same one after another. This was because they were afraid that Yi Hao was temperamental and would suddenly get angry at them. That wouldn't be good. Everyone's gaze was on Yi Hao. No one realized that Li Yuanba, who had intimidated them, had disappeared at this moment. As expected, Yi Hao's deterrence was huge. In less than a day, the experts of the 7 houses who were demon sovereigns and above had already arrived at Hongtian City. One must know that the area of Rain Domain wasn't small. For these people to be able to arrive at Hongtian City in less than a day, it could be seen that these people had used all their strength to rush here. Why aren't you all swearing an oath to the Lord? Seeing Yi Hao walk out, the head of the Wang house immediately stood out and said. When everyone saw Yi Hao, they couldn't help but frown. This was because they saw that Yi Hao's cultivation was only at level 9 Demon King and he didn't look old. What's going on? Is the head of the house crazy? He wants me to submit to such a person as my lord. That's right. Is the head of the house joking? Or has he been bewitched? A young brat wants me to submit to him as my lord. He must be dreaming. Everyone looked at Yi Hao with contempt in their eyes. This was because Yi Hao's image was a little different from what they had imagined. On their way here, they all thought that Yi Hao was a ferocious expert. However, although Yi Hao looked delicate and handsome, they couldn't associate him with a ferocious person. Even if his appearance could be ignored, Yi Hao's cultivation was only at level 9 Demon King. Any one of the people here had a higher cultivation than Yi Hao. Chapter 768. Beneath Yi Hao's feet were 11 broken corpses. Whose corpses are these? What? This kid wants to scare us with these corpses. But why does that person's clothes look like the leader's clothes? Hearing that person's words, everyone's gaze landed on the leader. Because the leader was the leader of a region, his status was extremely high, and his clothes were personally bestowed by the Qianyuan Kingdom's emperor. Every year, every family would have a competition, and the leader would appear. Naturally, they would recognize the leader's clothes. Could it be that the leader is really dead? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but gulp. The contempt in their eyes towards Yi Hao had lessened by quite a bit. I heard that House Yu sent out 10 demon sovereigns. Could those be the demon sovereigns from House Yu? Everyone immediately turned to look at the remaining 10 corpses. They were all badly mutilated, and they looked terrible. They could imagine how pitiful they were when they died. More importantly, how powerful must that expert be to be able to cause such harm to the field master and the others? The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. Why, are you looking down on me, Yi Hao? Yi Hao looked at the crowd, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't help but chuckle as he asked. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone's heart froze. Everyone retracted their gaze from the corpses and looked back at Yi Hao. They saw that Yi Hao's face was calm, and there was even a hint of a smile on his lips as he looked at them just like that. Yi Hao's calmness made them even more anxious. How dare you? Why aren't you swearing to the Lord? Do you want to end up like them? Suddenly, a few family heads stood out and shouted. Because they could see from the eyes of their own family members that these people were looking down on Yi Hao. But they knew that this kind of contempt was something that they couldn't have. Otherwise, if they angered Yi Hao, they wouldn't have a good ending. They were really afraid that Yi Hao would kill them all on a whim. If that happened, there was nothing they could do. Hearing the serious expression on their family head's face, everyone became even more curious. What did Yi Hao do to make their family head so afraid of Yi Hao? What? Do you need me to give you 30 breaths of time to consider? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the heads immediately thought of the scene where Yi Hao asked Li Yuanba to kill the demon sovereign from House Yu. One by one, they anxiously said to Yi Hao, "My lord, please forgive us. There's no need to give them time to consider. It's their honor to submit to you. All of you, listen to my orders. Quickly swear allegiance to the Lord, or you will be punished according to the clan rules." The few family heads looked at their clansmen who were still standing and immediately spoke with solemn expressions. Everyone trembled. They didn't understand why the patriarch was so afraid of Yi Hao that he even used the clan rules. Actually, the family heads didn't have any other choice. After all, they knew that Yi Hao was decisive and wouldn't be merciful. And the people in front of them were all experts from their clans. Although they weren't willing to submit to others, it was still better than losing their lives in vain. And because Yi Hao was here, they couldn't explain it to their clansmen. They could only use the clan rules to order them. Hearing the family head's order, although everyone was dissatisfied, they still obediently swore to Yi Hao. Seeing everyone's performance, Yi Hao nodded his head in satisfaction. Although they might be unwilling, as long as they swore, they wouldn't be able to betray him. Although he was forcing them, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, he could only do so. Only by doing so could he protect his territory. And as long as he subdued these people, he could send his troops to House Yu and completely unify Rain Domain. After seeing everyone surrender, Yi Hao left. After all, there were still a lot of things waiting for him to settle in Hongtian City. After all, just the number of soldiers he had subdued was a total of 650,000. And these were all the elites of the various clans. Yi Hao wouldn't let them go to waste. Yi Hao planned to subdue all of them. However, these 65 soldiers were a huge blade when used. But if they weren't used well, they would become a ticking time bomb. Therefore, Yi Hao's first plan was to completely mess up these 650,000 soldiers. His second plan was to instill these people's loyalty to him. His third plan was to give these soldiers some benefits. For example, their children could join the academy, increase their salaries, and other benefits. Fortunately, although there were many disciples of the various clans among these soldiers, most of them were still guards recruited by the various clans. Therefore, these people wouldn't be too united. And among the 1,000 peak demon emperors rewarded by the system, a portion of them practiced military law. Therefore, Yi Hao mobilized a group of peak demon emperors to train this batch of soldiers. In addition to these 650,000 soldiers, the number of soldiers under Yi Hao's command would break through the million mark. Patriarch, why? After seeing Yi Hao leave, a demon emperor wanted to say something but stopped. Are you asking why our attitude was so tough and why we asked you to swear allegiance to our lord? The patriarch of House Wang stood out and asked. Everyone immediately nodded. The patriarch of House Wang immediately told them about Li Yuanba. What? Our lord actually has such a powerful expert under his command. When everyone heard that Li Yuanba had shattered the domain master's sword and head with a single strike, they were all shocked. They immediately began to imagine the scene of Li Yuanba killing the domain master. And when they heard that Yi Hao had killed 10 demon emperors from House Yu in 20 breaths' time, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why the patriarchs suddenly became so anxious when Yi Hao said that he would give them 30 breaths' time to consider. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel scared. If the patriarchs didn't stop, Yi Hao suddenly got angry and asked Li Yuanba to attack, they might not even be able to stand here in one piece. And our lord's background is unknown, but his endless methods prove that he's definitely not an ordinary person. Following our lord might not be too bad. The patriarch of House Wang said. Hearing the patriarch of House Wang's words, everyone couldn't help but nod. At least what House Yu couldn't do before, Yi Hao easily did now, and that was to unify the Rain region. And even if House Yu wanted to unify the Rain region, it definitely wouldn't be so easy. After all, House Yu wanted to deal with the 7 big clans. Although they would definitely win, it wouldn't be so easy. However, Yi Hao didn't suffer any losses and completely took over the 7 big clans. Chapter 769. Greetings, my lord. All the experts above the level of Demon Emperor came to the training field. A total of 1,500 Demon Emperors and 25 Demon Sovereigns saluted Yi Hao at the same time. Everyone, if House Yu is not eliminated, Rain region will be hard to unify. Follow me and conquer House Yu. Yi Hao ordered. Yes. Yi Hao didn't bring any soldiers to Rain City. He only brought experts above the level of Demon Emperor. This greatly increased the speed of their movement. Everyone only used 2 days to rush to Rain City. Who is it? Stop. The guards of Rain City became nervous when they saw so many people. Yi Hao didn't say anything. Instead, someone walked out from beside him and shouted at the guards, "Open your dog eyes and see who I am. Prince Yu Wu, didn't you go to war with the region leader? Why are you back?" The guards smiled apologetically when they saw Yu Wu. "I was ordered by the region leader to bring my superior's VIP back to the house to receive him." Yu Wu had thought of a plan and said immediately, "My superior's people." The guard was shocked when he heard the word superior. House Yu was the region leader, but there was still a superior above the region leader. Rain region was just a subordinate force under the superior. Every superior had at least 10 regions under them, so in front of the superior, House Yu was only a subordinate force. The guard looked at Yi Hao and then looked at the group of experts behind Yi Hao. He began to believe Yi Hao's words. The guard showed respect immediately. "Please forgive me, my lord. I was blind. Please enter the city, my lord." Yi Hao nodded and entered the city. "Don't waste any time. Go straight to House Yu's residence," Yi Hao ordered as soon as they entered the city. Hearing Yi Hao's order, everyone rushed to House Yu's residence. Because House Yu's demon emperor was there, they didn't waste any time and arrived at House Yu's residence. "Who is it?" a guard at the door asked loudly. "Charge in," Yi Hao said coldly. Immediately, someone appeared from behind Yi Hao and sent the guard flying. "Not good, the enemy is attacking House Yu's residence." The guard who rushed up shouted, "You all can wait here. There's no need to go in," Yi Hao said to the 300 demon emperors. "Thank you, my lord." The demon king from House Yu, who had an awkward look on his face, thanked Yi Hao gratefully. After all, even though HGV had joined Yi Hao, House Yu was still their family. If Yi Biharofei had ordered them to attack their own clansmen, they wouldn't know what to do. But to their surprise, Yi Hao actually told them not to do anything. All they needed to do was wait outside. This was the greatest mercy he could give them. They looked, eat. Looking at Yi Hao's back, she knew that Yi Hao didn't know what the elders of the clan would choose. If the elders of House Yu refused to surrender, then House Yu would truly be finished. The 300 demon emperors from House Yu were waiting anxiously outside the door. "Who is it? How dare you barge into my domain chief's manor? Do you want to die?" Suddenly, more than 20 figures rushed in, and a loud shout came from afar. Didn't the 7 great clans follow the domain chief to fight against that traitor Yi Hao? "Why are you here?" Yu Lin, the grand elder of House Yu, had a bad feeling when he saw the patriarchs of the 7 great clans. But he calmed down when he thought of the domain chief's strength and the many experts he brought with him. Yu Lin looked at the 7 patriarchs and questioned them mercilessly. After all, this was the domain chief's manor. No one had ever dared to barge in like this. The most important thing was that this group of people had always been under House Yu's control. "If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'm afraid the domain chief won't let you go easily," Yu Lin sneered. "Ha ha ha, Yu Lin, do you think House Yu is still the House Yu of the past?" Patriarch Wang laughed coldly. "That's right. Do you still want to use the domain chief to bully us? Yu Lin, don't you know that House Yu can't even protect itself?" The other patriarchs said one after another. Hearing the words of the heads, there was no longer any respect or fear towards House Yu. Instead, there was mockery. Everyone from House Yu frowned. Yu Lin asked coldly, "What do you mean?" "I mean, the domain chief is dead. Rain Domain has a new master." Patriarch Wang wasn't afraid of Yu Lin at all. He smiled and said, "How dare you?" Everyone from House Yu was furious when they heard Patriarch Wang's words. Because the domain chief was the strongest person in House Yu. His talent and strength were admired and respected by everyone. The domain chief was the spiritual pillar of House Yu. And his strength was the strongest in Rain Domain. But now, Patriarch Wang said that the domain chief was dead. How could they not be angry? "How dare you? Everyone from House Yu, listen up. This dog dares to insult the domain chief. Follow me and kill him," Yu Lin ordered angrily. Let's see who dares to do it. Suddenly, a voice attracted everyone's attention. Who are you? Yu Lin asked coldly when he heard Yi Hao's voice. He had already taken out his weapon. But when he saw Yi Hao's cultivation, he frowned. Because Yi Hao's cultivation was too weak in his eyes. How dare you? This is my lord. Patriarch Wang shouted when he saw Yu Lin's disrespectful attitude towards Yi Hao. Lord! You are really going to betray the domain chief? How dare you? Yu Lin's killing intent was obvious when he heard Patriarch Wang's words. The rest of the demon sovereigns from House Yu sneered. Choosing a lord and choosing trash like this? I think his cultivation isn't even at the demon emperor level. TMPH, you 7 big families are really looking for trouble. Do you have any shame? A group of demon sovereigns and demon emperors serving a demon king level kid as your lord. Wait for the domain chief to come back. Let's see how the 7 big families will explain themselves. The 7 big families weren't angry when they heard House use mocking words. Because they had seen Li Yuanba's strength. Plus, even the domain chief was killed. This group of people still didn't believe it. This is the domain chief you are looking for. Yi Hao waved his sleeves and threw the domain chief's corpse to the ground. Everyone was shocked when they saw the broken corpse on the ground. This corpse is broken. Who knows if it's the domain chief's? Maybe you found a random corpse to pretend to be him. Yu Lin's expression changed and said suddenly. Chapter 770. Seeing the panic on the faces of the Yu family members, Yu Lin could only shout. After all, the other party didn't come with good intentions. The most important thing now was to stabilize their morale. If they lost their fighting spirit before the battle even started, then House Yu would really be finished. Moreover, he didn't believe that the zone leader was really killed. That's right, this corpse might be fake. Everyone, you can't believe these people. The zone leader is so strong, how could he die? Everyone, kill these people and get them out of House Yu. Hearing Yu Lin's words, the panic on the faces of the Yu family members dissipated. Even now, they still didn't believe that the zone leader was really dead. Stubborn. Yi Hao hemped and threw out the corpses of the 10 demon sovereigns from House Yu. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 10 corpses, the Yu family members who were ready to attack stopped in their tracks. That's the 7th elder, and the 8th elder. Among these corpses, of course, there were many that had their heads intact. Therefore, the Yu family members could recognize these people at a glance. Seeing this, many of the Yu family members' faces turned pale. Could it be that the zone leader is really dead? The Yu family members' eyes fell on the zone leader's body again. Looking at the zone leader's broken corpse, the Yu family members couldn't believe that this was their house leader. You killed our house leader, you little bastard. I'll kill you and take revenge for our house leader. Suddenly, Yu Lin rushed towards Yi Hao, the long sword in his hand piercing towards Yi Hao's throat. You're looking for death. Yi Hao didn't move from his spot. Song Yin, who was beside Yi Hao, attacked Yu Lin directly. Not good, this person is too strong. Feeling the sudden burst of demon sovereign aura from Song Yin, Yu Lin's face changed. Because Yu Lin's cultivation was only at the 7th level of demon sovereign. At most, he could fight against an 8th level demon sovereign. But against Song Yin, who was at the peak of demon sovereign, he was definitely not his opponent. But the arrow was already on the bow. He didn't have time to think because Song Yin's attack was about to land on his body. Yu Lin glanced at Yi Hao, who was standing behind Song Yin with a calm expression. He could only defend against Song Yin's attack. But the difference between the two people's realms was too great. Even if Yu Lin had martial techniques to back him up, he was still defeated swiftly. Save Elder Yu Lin, someone shouted, and the remaining demon sovereigns of House Yu started moving. Whoever dares to move, this will be your end. Yi Hao walked in front of Yu Lin, raised his sword, and instantly beheaded Yu Lin. Since Yu Lin was controlled by Song Yin, there was no room for resistance at all. At a time like this, it was necessary to make an example out of them. Sure enough, after everyone saw Yu Lin's death, they were all at a loss for what to do. No one dared to attack rashly. I'll give you all a chance to live. Those who surrender to me will live, and those who defy me will die. Yi Hao glanced at the remaining demon sovereigns of House Yu. From Yi Hao's perspective, House Yu only had demon sovereigns that could threaten him. Hearing Yi Hao's words, all the demon sovereigns of House Yu started hesitating. Everyone, your lives are your own. Think about it carefully. Think about it carefully. Even your housemaster is not our Lord's opponent. What's the use of resisting? Don't make any unnecessary resistance. Because your resistance is useless in front of our Lord. Everyone, it's not easy to cultivate. Cherish it. Your decision concerns the life and death of House Yu. Although you are all from House Yu, you are all branches of House Yu's bloodline. And House Yu's housemaster is already dead. No matter how loyal you are, it's useless. Moreover, a wise man submits to circumstances. It's normal for people to die in war. You don't have to worry about it too much. The words of the housemasters kept hitting the hearts of the demon sovereigns of House Yu. Their eyes were filled with hesitation. And they looked at the dozens of corpses on the ground. They weren't sure if they could fight against Yi Hao. After all, as members of House Yu, they knew very well how strong the Domain Master was. Since birth, the Domain Master was a person with a halo. He was also the #1 genius of the Rain Domain. Later on, he killed many experts and became the #1 expert of the Rain Domain. It could be said that the Domain Master was an invincible existence in the Rain Domain. They believed that even if the 7 great houses teamed up, they wouldn't be able to kill the Domain Master. Moreover, the 10 demon sovereigns who fought with the Domain Master all died a violent death. On the other hand, the demon sovereigns of the 7 great houses were all safe and sound. This meant that the person who killed the Domain Master and the 10 demon sovereigns wasn't from the 7 great houses. Otherwise, it was impossible for the demon sovereigns of the 7 great houses to not be injured. That meant that Yi Hao was the one who killed the Domain Master and the 10 demon sovereigns. Thinking up to here, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Hao once again. Could it be that this kid has an extraordinary background and has an expert secretly protecting him? The demon sovereigns of House Yu immediately thought of a possibility. Because in their opinion, only an expert stronger than the Domain Master could beat him to such a miserable state. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, a group of footsteps could be heard. Yu Wei, why are you all here? Is the housemaster really dead? Seeing the people who came, one of the remaining demon sovereigns of House Yu immediately asked. But Yu Wei ignored him and kneeled in front of Yi Hao. Yu Wei, what are you doing? You're a disciple of House Yu, how can you kneel in front of an outsider? Seeing Yu Wei's action, one of the demon sovereigns said angrily, Lord, please give your subordinate a chance, let me persuade them. Yu Wei was also considered a genius of the younger generation of House Yu, and now he was begging Yi Hao. What? You dare to call him Lord? You traitor of the house, do you still have the house in your eyes? Bastard, you've wasted the house's nurturing. You still have the face to stand here. If I were you, I'd just kill myself. Hearing Yu Wei call Yi Hao Lord, the people of House Yu couldn't hold it in anymore and started scolding him. Enough. Don't persist in going about things the wrong way. Yu Wei suddenly shouted after getting Yi Hao's agreement. Hearing Yu Wei's shout, everyone was stunned, but they still quieted down. Everyone, listen to me first, it's not too late to make a decision. Whether you surrender or fight, it's all up to you. Yu Wei said to everyone. Everyone looked at Yu Wei coldly, and after a while, someone said, I'd like to see what a traitor of the house like you has to say. Do you know how the Domain Master died? Yu Wei walked in front of everyone and asked softly. The House Master really died. Everyone didn't want to believe it before, but now that Yu Wei said it, they had to believe it. How did he die? But they still asked curiously. Chapter 771. They were all killed by one of the Lord's subordinates. Yu Wei gasped when he thought of Li Yuanbar's terror. Li Yuanbar's image was too domineering, and it was deeply imprinted in his mind. Although he didn't know why he didn't see Li Yuanbar, Yu Wei guessed that Li Yuanbar was hiding in the dark. What? One person. Everyone gasped when they heard Yu Wei's words, even if they were prepared for it. There are 300 demon emperor disciples from House Yu as witnesses. I can swear on it. Yu Wei was afraid that they wouldn't believe him. Seeing that even Yu Wei said so, everyone also believed it somewhat. They looked at Yi Hao in shock. They couldn't imagine what kind of identity Yi Hao had to have such a powerful subordinate. That's why I'm advising the elders to surrender. If you don't surrender, you'll die for nothing. That's how these 10 elders died. Yu Wei continued. Everyone's face turned serious when they heard Yu Wei's words. They were in a dilemma. Elders, although the Lord killed the head of House Yu, that was because he attacked the Lord first. We can't blame the Lord for this. The Lord is magnanimous and spared our lives. We have to cherish it. Plus, if House Yu joins the Lord, I believe that House Yu's achievements will be more glorious than now. Yu Wei knew that there was hope in persuading them when he saw their hesitation. Yi Hao looked at the demon sovereigns and knew that Yu Wei's persuasion was effective. He didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. He pretended to be impatient. Yu Wei, if they don't listen, then let's fight. Lord, please give me a chance. Yu Wei panicked when he heard Yi Hao's impatient voice. He was really afraid that Yi Hao would lose his patience and give the order to raise House Yu to the ground. Elders, please make a decision. The Lord came prepared. Surrendering is the only way out for House Yu. Yu Wei looked at the demon sovereigns anxiously. Prepare for battle. Yi Hao ignored Yu Wei and said coldly. The demon sovereigns from House Yu looked at Yi Hao's impatient expression. They didn't have any confidence anymore. Because they saw that Yi Hao didn't even put them in his eyes. That meant that Yi Hao's strength was stronger than theirs. Otherwise, Yi Hao wouldn't be so arrogant, declaring war as soon as he said so. Yu Wei, can you guarantee that he won't kill us if we join him? One demon sovereign asked. Hearing this demon sovereign speak, the other demon sovereigns did not object. They all looked at Yu Wei expectantly. Of course. Look at me, I'm alive and well. Yu Wei said confidently. Then, all right, we surrender. The Yu clan demon venerable expert finally made a difficult decision. My lord, they are willing to surrender. Yu Wei immediately walked in front of Yi Hao and said happily. Millimeter. Yi Hao let out a sigh of relief when he heard Yu Wei's words. Because if they fought, it would be a fierce battle. Even if they won, there would be many casualties on his side. And if they surrendered, that would be the best thing for him. After all, he could take over House Yu without spending a single soldier. He would have more than 20 demon sovereigns under him. His strength would increase greatly. But even though he was happy, Yi Hao's face didn't change much. After all, this was the only way for House Yu to be wary. As expected, the demon sovereigns from House Yu walked in front of Yi Hao. They saw that Yi Hao didn't look happy because they joined him. This meant that their joining wasn't that important to Yi Hao. This made them believe that Yi Hao was hiding his strength. It also meant that Yi Hao had them under his control. Thinking of this, they all began to swear their surrender. Yi Hao listened to the notifications in his head. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Because with the surrender of House Yu's demon sovereigns, Rain Domain was his. At this moment, Yi Hao had 50 demon sovereigns under him. 2,000 demon sovereigns. House Yu and the other 7 houses had a lot of troops. But Yi Hao got rid of some unsuitable soldiers. In the end, the number of soldiers was maintained at 1 million. Since he had unified Rain Domain, Yi Hao's next focus was on the academy. With 1,000 demon sovereigns, the academy's construction was on the right track. Yi Hao also divided the academy into inner courtyard disciples and outer courtyard disciples. This would stimulate the disciples' competitive spirit and stimulate their cultivation potential. At the same time, he established the academy's points. As long as the students had enough points, they could get any cultivation resources in the academy. Of course, if they wanted to get the academy's points, they had to complete the academy's missions to get the points. Yi Hao specially set some missions that the disciples could complete. For example, hunting low-level demon beasts, gathering spiritual herbs, or forging weapons. This way, at least the academy could develop well. It wouldn't let him keep investing resources in the academy. Moreover, As long as they were citizens of Rain Domain and were of suitable age, they could enter the academy to study. The study period was only 3 years. If they reached a certain level, they could enter the inner courtyard. If they didn't, they could leave the academy. If they performed well, they could join the army. Although it was only 3 years of study, to countless people, it was absolutely precious. Because Qianyuan Kingdom only had one academy. Although there were many sects, if one wanted to enter an academy or a sect, there was a talent requirement. Therefore, many people couldn't meet the requirements and had no chance to cultivate. Yi Hao's method at least allowed countless people to come in contact with the threshold of cultivation. As for their future achievements, it would depend on themselves. This caused countless people to be deeply grateful to Yi Hao, because Yi Hao's method made up for countless people's regrets. Because in this world where the strong were respected, everyone wanted to cultivate. No matter how bad their talent was, as long as they cultivated, they would be stronger than ordinary people. Countless people wanted to use cultivation to change their fate. In the past, because they were poor, because of their talent, they didn't have the chance to cultivate. But now, Yi Hao treated everyone fairly. Everyone had the chance to cultivate. Chapter 772. What? Let the disciples of the First Academy defeat the disciples of the Qianyuan Academy? System, are you joking? Yi Hao was shocked when he heard the mission. It wasn't that he didn't dare. It was that the Qianyuan Academy had the support of the Qianyuan Kingdom. It had a long history and a solid foundation. The First Academy had just been established. More than 99% of the disciples had not become warriors. As for the remaining 1%, the strongest one was probably at the Demon King level, and that was only a small number. Letting the number 1 academy go against the Qianyuan Academy was simply asking for trouble. Mission requirement: send 10 inner courtyard disciples and 10 outer courtyard disciples to challenge the Qianyuan Academy within 3 months. If the challenge is successful, the host will receive a large amount of resources as a reward and the reputation of the First Academy will be greatly improved. If the challenge is failed, the First Academy will close down. Mission reminder: the top 10 inner disciples of the Qianyuan Academy are from the peak of the Demon Emperor realm to the 5th level. 9 of them have the aptitude of high grade and 1 has the aptitude of top grade. The top 10 outer disciples of the Qianyuan Academy are from the peak of the Demon King realm to the 3rd level. 8 of them have the aptitude of middle grade and 2 have the aptitude of high grade. This data is only for reference. The strength of the disciples of the Qianyuan Academy may increase at any time. The age requirement is to be below 30 years old. Hearing the system's reminder, Yi Hao sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength of the disciples of the Qianyuan Academy was too strong. Moreover, the system also required that the disciples must be below 30 years old. This made it impossible for him to find some peak Demon Emperor experts to make up the numbers. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission. Challenge the Qianyuan Academy. The reward for completing the mission is 10 top-grade aptitude pills and 10 upper-grade aptitude pills. Top-grade aptitude pill allows the user's aptitude to instantly increase to the level of top-grade aptitude, greatly increasing the cultivation speed. Upper-grade aptitude pill allows the user's aptitude to instantly increase to the level of top-grade aptitude, greatly increasing the cultivation speed. System: what grade is Li Yuanba's aptitude? Yi Hao looked at the introduction of the aptitude pill and immediately asked the system. Due to space, Li Yuanba's aptitude is top grade. The system immediately replied. Even though Yi Hao was prepared for this, he couldn't help but gulp when he heard the system's reply. He said happily, "Doesn't that mean that once I complete the mission, I can instantly have 10 Li Yuanbas?" In theory, yes, but whether or not it can grow is another matter. The system replied. Yi Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart because he knew that if he wanted to obtain these heaven-defying aptitude pills, he would have to accept the mission from the system. As long as he accepted the mission, there would be no turning back. After all, if he were to challenge the Qianyuan Academy and win, it would be fine. If he lost, he would become the laughingstock of the world and the First Academy would never be able to lift its head again. However, Yi Hao also knew that this was a chance for the First Academy to rise up. After all, he had only challenged the Qianyuan Academy and the system had rewarded him with 10 supreme-grade aptitude pills and 10 superior-grade aptitude pills. This was equivalent to gifting him 20 powerful beings. Furthermore, they were all experts with heaven-defying talent. After all, even in the Qianyuan Academy, there was only one extremely talented disciple. As long as he announced that he would challenge the Qianyuan Academy, he would have 10 extremely talented disciples. Furthermore, this was just a challenge to the Qianyuan Academy and he would receive such a powerful reward. If he were to compete with the Qianyuan Academy and win, how many heaven-defying resources would he receive as a reward? To accept or not to accept? Yi Hao paced back and forth as he began to analyze the pros and cons in his heart. At this moment, the white dragon suddenly came in and interrupted Yi Hao's thoughts. "My lord, bad news. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" Yi Hao looked at the white dragon with an anxious expression and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, the Rain domain had already been unified by him and there were several large armies in control. There should not be any trouble. "My lord, something has happened." "What happened? Could it be that someone is causing trouble again?" Yi Hao asked with a frown. "No, it's the Qianyuan Academy." "Qianyuan Academy? Could it be that something has happened to Yun?" When Yi Hao heard the white dragon mention the Qianyuan Academy, he immediately became anxious. "No, it's the Qianyuan Academy that announced that there can only be one academy in the Qianyuan Kingdom and that we are not qualified to become an academy. They also said that they will send troops to the First Academy sooner or later. They want the First Academy to be tactful and disband as soon as possible," the white dragon said angrily. After all, he had personally overseen the construction of the Sky Yuan Academy. He was very attached to the number 1 academy. Now that the Qianyuan Academy had said such words, they were simply looking down on the First Academy. "This is outrageous. I originally had no reason to attack you. Now that you have taken the initiative to provoke me, you can't blame me for this." When Yi Hao heard the white dragon's words, he could not help but become angry. "Uncle White, issue a challenge to me. Say that I, Yi Hao, will lead 10 inner yard disciples and 10 outer yard disciples to challenge the inner and outer yard disciples of the Qianyuan Academy 3 months later. Let's see who is not qualified to become an academy." Yi Hao instructed the white dragon. "My lord, you have to think carefully. The inner and outer yard disciples of the Qianyuan Academy are the pride of the Qianyuan Kingdom. They are the elites of the Qianyuan Kingdom. I'm afraid we are no match for them." Although the white dragon was also angry and did not like the Qianyuan Academy, he was still shocked when he heard that Yi Hao wanted to challenge the Qianyuan Academy. After all, Bai Yuner had joined the Qianyuan Academy and he more or less had some understanding of the Qianyuan Academy. The Qianyuan Academy's requirements for recruiting disciples were extremely high. They were not lower than some sects. Furthermore, because the Qianyuan Kingdom's royal family was backing them, the Qianyuan Academy recruited all the elite disciples of the Qianyuan Kingdom. These elite disciples had to go through many rounds of selection before they could stay in the Qianyuan Academy. Those who could become the top 10 disciples of the inner and outer yards were the cream of the crop among the Qianyuan Academy disciples. These elite disciples enjoyed tens or even hundreds of times more resources than ordinary disciples. Furthermore, they were fully nurtured by the Qianyuan Academy. And the ones Yi Hao wanted to challenge were precisely these elite genius disciples. Furthermore, he wanted to challenge the disciples of the First Academy. One had to know the standards of the disciples of the First Academy very well. Even if the top 10 disciples of the First Academy were to join forces, they would not be able to defeat the top 10 disciples of the Qianyuan Academy, let alone a one-on-one duel. Chapter 773. The white dragon looked at Yi Hao curiously. He realized that no matter what Yi Hao encountered, he was always so confident. However, when he thought about the standards of the students from the First Academy, he was worried. Yi Hao looked at the worried white dragon and comforted him. "Don't worry. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't do it." "Yes, my lord." Hearing Yi Hao's words, the white dragon could only agree. "Hey, have you heard? There's another academy in Qianyuan Kingdom." Why don't I know about this? It's said that this academy has no other requirements other than age. That's great. Doesn't that mean that we have a chance to cultivate? CHMPH, the academy's standards are not high. However, they are courting death. I don't think they will survive for long. Why? Such a good academy will benefit the commoners and the poor. Why won't they survive for long? That's because this academy dares to recklessly challenge the heavenly Yuan Academy. If that's not courting death, what is? What? Challenging the Tianyuan Academy? Is this academy crazy? Believe it. The competition will be held in 3 months. There will be a good show then. In an instant, the news of the first academy challenging the Tianyuan Academy spread throughout the Tianyuan kingdom. The name of the first academy was pushed to the forefront and everyone knew about it. However, no one thought that the first academy would win. After all, the reputation of the Tianyuan Academy was deeply ingrained in the hearts of everyone in the Tianyuan kingdom. The first academy had just been established. How could they defeat the Tianyuan Academy? Preposterous, preposterous. The first academy is courting death. At this moment, a vice president walked into the meeting room of the Tianyuan Academy and flew into a rage. What's wrong, Vice President Chen? An old man sitting at the head of the table looked at Vice President Chen and asked, Vice President, don't you know that the first academy dared to challenge the Tianyuan Academy? They are looking down on the Tianyuan Academy. Vice President Chen said angrily. What? Vice Principal Chen, is what you said true? The newly established First Academy of the Rain Domain is actually challenging our Heavenly Yuan Academy. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What qualifications does the First Academy have to challenge our Tianyuan Academy? He's just a clown. He really thinks he's some big shot. I heard that the First Academy only recruits disciples with no talent. The disciples of our Tianyuan Academy are the elites of the Tianyuan Kingdom. How can the First Academy compare to us? Upon hearing that the First Academy wanted to challenge the Tianyuan Academy, the crowd burst into laughter. It could be seen that none of the people present took the First Academy seriously. However, this also caused the people present to feel extremely displeased with the Heavenly Yuan Academy. All of them felt a trace of anger in their hearts. It was like a child provoking an adult. Although the adult didn't care about the child, being provoked by the child would still ignite the anger in his heart. In their eyes, the First Academy was not even a child. However, the First Academy dared to announce their challenge to the Tianyuan Academy in front of the entire nation. This was a slap to the Tianyuan Academy's face, and they didn't take the Tianyuan Academy seriously. Principal, why don't we ask His Majesty to send troops to destroy the First Academy? That's right. The First Academy has committed a grave mistake by establishing an academy in the Tianyuan Kingdom without permission. I believe that as long as the principal requests His Majesty will definitely send troops to destroy the First Academy. The people present immediately pleaded with the principal. Interesting. How dare they challenge our Tianyuan Academy? Upon hearing the crowd's words, the old man smiled and shook his head. He then looked at the crowd. In your opinion, is the Tianyuan Academy or the First Academy stronger? The old man didn't say anything else but asked. Is there a need to ask? Of course. The Tianyuan Academy is stronger. The crowd immediately replied with confidence. They were confident in the strength of the Tianyuan Academy. If that's the case, why don't we accept the challenge? If we ask His Majesty to send troops to destroy the First Academy, we will be telling everyone that we are afraid of the First Academy. If we accept the challenge and use our absolute strength to crush the First Academy, we will be able to prove the strength of our Tianyuan Academy. This is an absolute opportunity for us. We can increase the reputation of our Tianyuan Academy and bring in more outstanding disciples for the Tianyuan Academy. The old man stood up and looked at the crowd as he spoke. Upon hearing the old man's words, the crowd nodded their heads and agreed with him. The principal is so thoughtful. We have been short-sighted. The principal's words have enlightened us. That's right. We have to make use of this opportunity to increase the reputation of our Tianyuan Academy, the crowd said excitedly. Although the Tianyuan Academy was supported by the Tianyuan Kingdom, it still lost a large number of geniuses. These geniuses looked down on the strength of the Tianyuan Academy and joined other sects instead. If they could make use of this opportunity to increase the reputation of the Tianyuan Academy, it would definitely attract a large number of geniuses to join the Tianyuan Academy. Go and get the top 10 disciples of the inner and outer yard. I want to give them a lecture, the old man instructed Vice Principal Chen, who was beside him. Yes, Principal. It could be seen that the old man had a lot of prestige among the crowd. Even Vice Principal Chen was respectful in front of the old man and did not dare to show any disrespect. At this moment, the crowd could see that the old man was serious. After all, with the strength of the Tianyuan Academy, there was no doubt that they would crush the First Academy. However, there were still 3 months before the challenge began. The old man had already gathered the top 10 disciples of the inner and outer yards to give them a lecture. It could be seen that the old man attached great importance to this matter. In the challenge 3 months from now, there will definitely be many important figures coming to watch. Therefore, this battle must show the might of my Tianyuan Academy. Therefore, in these 3 months, I will nurture these 20 disciples in a devilish manner, pass down the order, open all the training grounds and cultivation areas in the academy. The resources of the academy will be available to these 20 disciples for use in these 3 months. Also, open the armory and the martial skills pavilion for this old man, and let these 20 disciples choose from them. Although the crowd was mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard the old man's words. The resources of the Tianyuan Academy were so abundant that even a pig could be trained into a powerhouse. Chapter 774. Have you heard? Someone called the First Academy wants to challenge our Tianyuan Academy. Haha, I've heard about this long ago. That trashy academy is nothing to be ashamed of. That's right. Our Tianyuan Academy's disciples are all geniuses from all over the Tianyuan Kingdom. The First Academy only recruits a bunch of trash. And they want to challenge the top 10 inner and outer disciples of our Tianyuan Academy. I really don't know how the First Academy has the nerve to say that. I heard that the Dean is taking this matter seriously. He has already called the top 10 inner and outer disciples away. What do you know? The Dean wants to use the First Academy as a stepping stone. I knew it. Why would the Dean let Senior Chu Feng come out of seclusion to participate in such a small matter? But I haven't seen Senior Chu Feng for a long time. I heard that Senior Chu Feng is extremely talented and is the Dean's personal disciple. He is definitely the #1 genius of Tianyuan Academy. When everyone heard Chu Feng's name, their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. That was because Chu Feng had always been a popular figure in Tianyuan Academy. Moreover, he was the strongest and most talented disciple in Tianyuan Academy. It could be said that Chu Feng had given Tianyuan Academy all hope and growth. And this time, Chu Feng had come out of seclusion because of the challenge from the First Academy. This would definitely cause a commotion in Tianyuan Academy. At this moment, many Tianyuan Academy's disciples were even looking forward to the scene where Chu Feng would show his prowess and crush all the disciples of the First Academy 3 months later. Everyone believed that Chu Feng could do it because he was Chu Feng. He was the hope of Tianyuan Academy, the #1 genius of Tianyuan Academy. Greetings, Senior Chu Feng. At this moment, there were 10 disciples in black and 9 in white standing in front of the conference hall of Tianyuan Academy. At this moment, a young man in gold walked over and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The 19 people hid their jealousy and bowed respectfully to Chu Feng. They were all geniuses of the Tianyuan Academy, but compared to Chu Feng, they were nothing but dog farts. Therefore, it was impossible for them not to be envious of Chu Feng. But there was nothing they could do about it. Not only were they not as talented as Chu Feng, they were also not as strong. One had to know that the 10 black-clothed disciples were still fine. After all, they were outer sect disciples. Although they were in the top 10 of the outer sect, they were not worth mentioning in the inner sect. However, because those 9 inner courtyard disciples were ranked in the top 10, all of them had been beaten up by Chu Feng. After all, they were all very unconvinced of Chu Feng's strength back then and would often challenge him. Of course, the end result was that they were beaten up. There was even one time when Chu Feng challenged 5 of them to a duel, and Chu Feng won by a narrow margin. Since then, no one dared to challenge Chu Feng. Therefore, when they saw Chu Feng at this moment, they had no choice but to be respectful. After all, no matter what, Chu Feng's future was brighter than theirs. Naturally, they had to curry favor with him. Even if he couldn't curry favor with him, he definitely couldn't leave a bad impression. Yes. Chu Feng nodded but didn't say anything else. Since you're here, don't just stand there. Come in. Suddenly, the dean's voice came from the conference room. After hearing the dean's voice, everyone except Chu Feng shook their heads and sighed bitterly in their hearts. This was the difference between people. One had to know that after they received the order, they quickly rushed to the conference hall, not daring to delay. Many of them had been waiting there for over half a day. But the dean didn't ask them to come in. Only after Chu Feng came did he let them in. Hearing the dean's words, everyone immediately looked at Chu Feng respectfully. Senior brother Chu Feng, please. Chu Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He took the lead and walked into the conference hall. The rest of the people immediately followed. Disciple Chu Feng greets master, vice deans, and elders. Chu Feng bowed to everyone in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Peak of the Devil Emperor, not bad, not bad. Everyone looked at Chu Feng's cultivation and nodded with satisfaction. Even the dean himself showed a satisfied look on his face. And all the disciples, hearing Chu Feng's cultivation, also took a breath of cold air. One had to know that Chu Feng had reached the peak of the Devil Emperor when he was only 29 years old. It could be said that he was very likely to reach the Devil Emperor level when he was 30 years old. Feng, sit down first. The dean pointed to a seat at the end with a smile on his face. Thank you, master. Hearing the dean's words, Chu Feng immediately pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing Chu Feng sit down, the elders couldn't help but feel shock. But when they thought of Chu Feng's talent and cultivation, they were speechless. Because according to Chu Feng's talent, it was only a matter of time before he sat there. They didn't need to offend the dean and Chu Feng over such a trivial matter. As for the disciples, their faces were filled with astonishment. After all, in this conference hall, those who could sit there were at least elders of Tianyuan Academy. They had a certain amount of authority in Tianyuan Academy. And most of the elders were not qualified to sit in this conference hall. Now that Chu Feng was sitting in the conference hall, it meant that Chu Feng's status had surpassed some of the elders. Although he might not be as good as the elders present, it was enough for them to be envious. Because since the opening of Tianyuan Academy, there had never been a disciple who could sit in the conference hall. And Chu Feng had definitely created a precedent in Tianyuan Academy and broken the rules of Tianyuan Academy. This was talent, this was strength. Although many disciples were envious, they could only stand there obediently. You all know why I called you all here, right? Master, it's for the challenge of the First Academy. Hearing the dean's question, Chu Feng immediately spoke. That's right, what do you all think? The elder didn't deny it but looked at Chu Feng and the rest. Master, the First Academy dares to challenge the prestige of Tianyuan Academy. When the time comes, I alone will be able to fight against all the disciples of the First Academy. Chu Feng's tone was full of disdain towards the First Academy and the corner of his eyes revealed his confidence. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the dean nodded with satisfaction. I'm not worried about your strength, but I still need to train you all. Thank you, master. Hearing the dean's words, Chu Feng immediately thanked him. As for the other disciples, their faces were filled with joy. After all, the headmaster was personally grooming them. For them, this was a great opportunity. Thank you, Dean. When the time comes, I'll definitely defeat the First Academy. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host is rewarded with 10 supreme grade and 10 upper grade potential pills. Chapter 775. After obtaining these aptitude pills, the next task was to find the inner and outer court disciples. Of course, the level of these disciples couldn't be too low. Otherwise, no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't be able to win the competition in 3 months. The strength of the outer court disciples of Tianyuan Academy ranged from peak Demon King to Third Order Demon Emperor. Therefore, if Yi Hao wanted the outer court disciples to win the competition, he had to let the outer court disciples reach third order demon emperor. This was under the condition that the outer court disciples of Chenyuan Academy didn't have a breakthrough in cultivation in these 3 months. Needless to say, the inner court disciples of Chenyuan Academy ranged from 5th order demon emperor to peak demon emperor. What worried Yi Hao the most was that the peak demon emperor of Chenyuan Academy would break through to the demon emperor realm. It seems that I have to start with the big families to win the competition. Yi Hao sighed. Although the number of disciples he recruited was terrifying, the quality was not good. Yi Hao had to admit that. Although all the inner and outer court disciples below 30 years old met the requirement, Yi Hao's requirement was that they had to be at least Demon Emperor realm. In the first academy, there was no one at the Demon Emperor realm. It was easy to find a disciple at the Demon Emperor realm in the big families, but it was not easy to find a disciple at the Demon Emperor realm below 30 years old. After all, these big families might have more cultivation resources than some small families, but they couldn't be compared with Chenyuan Academy. Therefore, even in these big families, a disciple at the Demon Emperor realm below 30 years old was considered to be a talented one. Come, hand over the people of the 7 big families. At the same time, call family U over. Ask them to bring me all the disciples at the Demon Emperor realm below 30 years old. Yi Hao ordered the guards. Not long after, the family heads of the 7 big families and the acting family head of family U came over with some young disciples. Greetings, my lord. When they saw Yi Hao, they immediately saluted. Get up, Yi Hao said to everyone and then looked at the disciples of the big families. Why are there so few disciples? Yi Hao frowned when he saw the number. This was because there were only 13 people in total. The Lord wants these disciples to participate in the challenge 3 months later, the Wang family head immediately guessed. Millimeter. Yi Hao nodded and did not deny it. My lord, most of them have just broken through to the 1st order demon emperor. The strongest among them is only at the 7th order demon emperor. I'm afraid they are no match for the Heavenly Yuan Academy, the patriarch of the Wang family said worriedly. Yi Hao also felt immense pressure from the strength of these people. It seemed that even if he had the aptitude pill and could change the talent of these people, it would not be easy to raise their cultivation by a large margin. After all, he had to raise their cultivation by at least 3 to 4 levels. Without the help of leveling pills, it would be impossible to raise one's cultivation in 3 months. If Yi Hao did not have supreme grade and superior grade aptitude pills in his hands, Yi Hao would probably want to give up on the mission immediately. However, with these aptitude pills, Yi Hao knew that there was still a chance for him to give it his all. However, what made Yi Hao depressed was that these families only had 13 demon emperors. They were still short of 7 people. Are there any demon emperors under the age of 30 in your families? Yi Hao asked the patriarchs. Hearing Yi Hao's question, they immediately shook their heads. If there were demon emperors over the age of 30, there were still many of them. However, if there were demon emperors under the age of 30 in their families, there were only 13 of them. My lord, although there are no demon emperors in our families, there are many geniuses in the Rain domain who have reached the demon emperor level before the age of 30. However, most of them are arrogant and will not be willing to join our academy and become a disciple. Looking at Yi Hao's worried face, the patriarch of the Wang family thought for a while and said, those people are used to wandering around and are not willing to join any forces. I don't think there's a chance. The substitute patriarch of House Yu heard Patriarch Wang's words and immediately shook his head. This was because which family didn't want to become stronger? However, they couldn't just rely on their own disciples. All the geniuses that they saw outside would be tempted to join the family and work for them. House Yu used to do this often. After all, they were the domain lords and had the qualifications to do this. House Yu knew very well which geniuses were in the Rain domain. It could be said that those who could reach the Demon Emperor level before the age of 30 were either extremely lucky or had decent talent. Therefore, House Yu wouldn't let them go. They would often throw out olive branches, but they would basically be rejected. However, they couldn't force these disciples with potential. They couldn't kill them because it would cause public anger. One had to know that House Yu was the domain lord back then. They were no different from Yi Hao. From their perspective, it would be difficult for Yi Hao to do something that even House Yu couldn't do. Moreover, they were recruiting these people to fight for the First Academy against the Qianyuan Academy. Those people would probably reject it even more. After all, those people who could reach the Demon Emperor level before the age of 30 weren't stupid. Everyone could see that if they couldn't improve their strength greatly within 3 months, they would be looking for trouble after 3 months. Even the 13 people present were very unwilling to participate in the challenge 3 months later. However, Yi Hao was their lord. They couldn't disobey Yi Hao's orders. If even these disciples were like this, then what would happen to those who were used to being arrogant and solitary? There's no other way. We can only start from these people. Yi Hao decided. After all, there was really no other way now. He could only see a glimmer of hope from these people. Go to the Rain Domain and collect all the information of those who are above the age of 30 and have reached the Demon Emperor level. Give it to me as soon as possible. Yes. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the few family heads immediately agreed. Although they didn't think highly of Yi Hao, they still went to collect information. After all, other than those people, they couldn't find anyone who could reach the Demon Emperor level under the age of 30. Why? You don't dare to fight against the Qianyuan Academy? Yi Hao looked at the 13 Demon Emperors. Each of them had a trace of worry on their faces. When they heard Yi Hao's question, they didn't say anything. However, they still nodded honestly. Yi Hao wasn't surprised by their nod. Yi Hao used the system to look at their talents. He found that many of them were only low-grade talents. Their cultivation today probably had something to do with luck and hard work. Chapter 776. With such talent, their future achievements would be very limited if they did not have a great opportunity. It would be good if they could reach the level of a demon venerable. This was also why there was not a single demon emperor in the entire Rain Domain. It was said that the strongest person in the Rain Domain, the Domain Master, was only a middle-grade talent back then. Moreover, the Domain Master had the highest chance of reaching the level of a Demon Emperor. As for these people in front of him, as long as they took his aptitude pills and cultivated diligently in the future, it would not be a problem for them to become a Demon Emperor. However, Yi Hao was not in a hurry to give out the aptitude pills to these people. He still needed to rank these people's strength before giving out the aptitude pills. After all, this was a challenge between the inner and outer courtyard disciples. He also needed to assign these people to the inner and outer courtyard disciples. There was no doubt that the 10 aptitude pills would be given to the inner courtyard disciples. After all, in terms of strength, the inner courtyard disciples needed to improve their cultivation more than the outer courtyard disciples. It was not until night time that the few family heads handed some information to Yi Hao. Coincidentally, there was information about a total of 7 people, no more and no less. All of you, come with me. Yi Hao flipped through the information and said to everyone, "My lord, you really want to go?" Seeing that Yi Hao was unwilling to give up, the few family heads shook their heads helplessly. They knew that Yi Hao was destined to be rejected. This was because when they were collecting the information, they had sent people to test the wishes of these people. However, without exception, all 7 of them rejected. However, when they saw that Yi Hao had already walked out, they looked at each other and immediately chased after him. "My lord, this is Hook's house." The few of them went to the nearest Wang family city. The Wang family head pointed at a small courtyard and said. Yi Hao nodded and signaled the Wang family head to knock on the door. Yi Hao had already memorized Hook's information on the way here. Hook was 26 years old. He had a mother at home. He was filial and his strength was at the 6th level of the Demon Emperor realm. In Yi Hao's opinion, this strength was not easy. Looking at the dilapidated courtyard in front of him, it was obvious that Hook's cultivation was not easy. After all, it was impossible for a family like this to have too many cultivation resources for them to cultivate. "Who is it?" Someone knocked on the door, and an old voice came from the courtyard. The door opened, and an old lady with a crooked back walked in. "I am the head of the Wang family." I am here to look for Hook, the head of the Wang family said respectfully to the old man. Lord City Lord, you have graced us with your presence. Forgive me for my lack of manners. Hearing the Wang family head's words, the old woman's complexion changed. Panic appeared on her face. After all, it was very rare for ordinary citizens like them to encounter an existence on the level of the city lord. However, the old woman's face was filled with worry. City Lord, did my Kua cause any trouble? I apologize to you on his behalf. Sigh, Elder, you've misunderstood. My lord is looking for Hook. The Wang family head hurriedly said. My lord. The old man looked at Yi Hao and couldn't help but be shocked because Yi Hao was too young. He looked even younger than her son. But it was such a person that even the city lord called him lord. The old woman naturally knew that the person with the highest status here was Yi Hao. Greetings, Lord. The old woman immediately bowed to Yi Hao. Yi Hao quickly helped the old woman up. There's no need for formalities. I am the Rain Domain's protectorate lord. I would like your son to serve under me. Would you be willing? Yi Hao knew that Hook was famous for being a filial son. Therefore, Yi Hao guessed that Hook was unwilling to leave home because of his filial piety. A person like him deserved his respect. Ah, you are the protectorate lord? You want my son to serve under you? The old woman was shocked when she heard that Yi Hao was the protectorate lord. However, when she heard that Yi Hao actually wanted Hook to serve under him, the old woman's face lit up with excitement. After all, which mother didn't want her son to become a dragon? She hoped that her son would spread his wings and soar high. She had never dared to think that her son would serve under the protectorate lord. That's right. I want him to join the First Academy and become a disciple of the First Academy. Yi Hao nodded. The First Academy is the first sacred academy that has no requirements. Even the sons and daughters of the poor can enter. The old woman's voice became even more excited when she heard the name of the First Academy. The First Academy had no requirements when it came to recruiting disciples. It was simply a blessing for everyone. It was a blessing for the ordinary and poor people. Therefore, everyone in the Rain Domain knew about the First Academy. The old woman had naturally heard the people around her talking about it. All right, Protectorate Lord. My son is willing. I will agree on his behalf. In the old woman's opinion, this was simply an opportunity for her son to have a bright future. The old woman was afraid that Yi Hao would go back on his word, so she hurriedly spoke up. Mother, who is it? A door in the corner of the courtyard opened and a young man covered in sweat walked out. From the looks of it, Yi Hao should have just finished cultivating. Yi Hao nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw such a hard-working person. Who are you? Why are you at my door? Hook frowned when he saw Yi Hao and the others. He immediately walked over and shielded the old woman behind him. He looked at Yi Hao and the others warily. At the same time, he looked at the old woman worriedly. Mother, are you all right? I'm fine. Why are you making such a fuss? The old woman looked at Hook with pride and love in her eyes. Oh right, Ku-er. This is the Protectorate Lord. Hurry up and greet him. The old woman immediately said to Hook. Protectorate Lord. Hook looked at Yi Hao in astonishment. This was because he reckoned that Yi Hao was younger than him. Who are you? Why are you lying to my mother? Hook looked at Yi Hao warily. He really did not believe that Yi Hao was the Protectorate Lord. How dare you, Hook? Stop your nonsense. This is the new Protectorate Lord of the Rain Domain, Yi Hao. The head of the Wang family shouted when he saw Hook speaking disrespectfully to Yi Hao. You are Yi Hao, the person who unified the Rain Domain and established the First Academy? Hook recognized the head of the Wang family. He had also heard of Yi Hao's name before. However, he would never have imagined that Yi Hao would be so young. However, he also knew that the heads of the major families in the Rain Domain had pledged their allegiance to Yi Hao. Therefore, the words of the head of the Wang family could not be false. When he saw Yi Hao's youthful appearance, Hook's heart was filled with astonishment. That's right. Yi Hao nodded his head. Why are you looking for me? Hook asked in confusion when he saw Yi Hao nod his head. He suppressed the shock in his heart. I want to recruit you to work for me. Yi Hao went straight to the point and did not beat around the bush. Chapter 777. I know that you don't want to rely on anyone because you want to accompany your mother. However, don't you want your mother to live a better life? Yi Hao wasn't surprised to see Hook reject him. As expected, Hook froze when he heard Yi Hao's words. Furthermore, a person's growth is limited. Shouldn't you grow even stronger and make your mother proud of you? Yi Hao continued when he saw that Hook was slightly moved. You should follow the territorial lord. Following me will only restrict your development, the old woman suddenly said. Mother, you are not in good health. How can your son leave you? Hook looked at his mother and said. Who said that you should leave your mother? You can bring your mother along and work for me. At the same time, you can let your mother enjoy her old age in peace. Sir, I know why you are here. It must be for the challenge in 3 months. However, I am not strong enough. Hook also knew his limits. Hook saw the young talents behind Yi Hao and understood why Yi Hao had come. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, I have a way to improve your cultivation talent. What? Hook was stunned when he heard Yi Hao's words. He looked at Yi Hao's confident face. It didn't seem like he was lying at all. Hook wasn't the only one who was shocked. The people that Yi Hao had brought along were all looking at Yi Hao in shock. This was because what Yi Hao had said was simply too frightening. As martialists, everyone knew that talent was the most important thing. With good talent, one's cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. However, for many people, their talent was already destined from the moment they were born. Of course, they had also heard of heaven-defying items that could change one's talent. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain them. Of course, there were also elixirs that could slightly improve an ordinary person's talent. These were also things that they could afford. However, they weren't of much use to them. For example, Yi Hao had given his soldiers the Demon General Aptitude Elixir at the beginning. Those elixirs could only improve an ordinary person's cultivation talent. However, those people's talents were still far from being inferior. Therefore, they believed that the medicinal pill that Yi Hao spoke of that could increase one's talent was absolutely not that kind of ordinary thing. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked because they didn't expect that Yi Hao would actually use such a large capital to recruit Huku. Even Hook didn't quite believe that Yi Hao would be willing to spend so much money. As long as you pledge allegiance to me, I can raise your aptitude to that of an upper-grade talent. Yi Hao purposely hid something. According to Hook's strength, no matter what, he had to give Hook a supreme-grade aptitude pill. However, the supreme-grade aptitude pill was too heaven-defying. There were too many people here. Even if the loyalty of these people was unquestionable, they could not easily reveal it. But even so, Yi Hao's words shocked everyone once again. Hook looked at Yi Hao with a burning gaze. Are you serious? It was no wonder that Hook was so excited. The temptation of a superior talent was simply too great. After all, his current talent was only at the upper level of the inferior grade, which was not bad. When he first started cultivating, he simply threw his peers by a large margin. However, slowly, the advantage of his talent no longer existed. According to his own estimation, with his talent, it would be very good if he could cultivate to the level of a demon venerable. As for the higher level of a demon emperor, he probably had no fate with it in this generation. He originally thought that it would be very good if Yi Hao could raise his talent to that of a middle-grade talent. This was because if his talent was raised to the middle grade, he had full confidence that he could cultivate to the level of a demon venerable. As for breaking through to the level of a demon emperor, it would also become possible. However, he didn't expect that Yi Hao would actually raise his talent to that of an upper-grade talent. In other words, with his talent, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the level of a demon emperor in this lifetime. That was a demon emperor that had never been born in the rain domain. To him, this was definitely a huge temptation. After all, the rain domain's ruler was only a middle-grade talent and was only one step away from the level of a demon emperor. Is what you said true? Hook suppressed the fire in his eyes and looked at Yi Hao. The elixir is here. It's definitely true. Yi Hao took out a supreme-grade aptitude elixir. Seeing the supreme-grade aptitude elixir in Yi Hao's hand, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Hao with a burning gaze. If it weren't for the fact that many of the family heads and disciples were loyal to Yi Hao, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold themselves back and snatch the elixir. Hook looked at the aptitude elixir in Yi Hao's hand and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This was because this was an opportunity that could change his life. Hook retracted his gaze from the elixir and looked at his mother. Although the old woman didn't know the heaven-defying effects of this aptitude elixir, she could see that her son yearned for this aptitude elixir. Kuer, don't hesitate anymore. This is your opportunity. You can't miss it. The higher you grow, the happier I will be for you, the old woman immediately said to Hook. I have a request. Hook suddenly opened his mouth. Hook, don't be ungrateful. How dare you make a request when you have such a heaven-defying elixir? Upon hearing Hook's words, the crowd was instantly enraged. Don't worry. In these 3 months, I will accompany the maidservants to take care of your mother. After 3 months, you can accompany your mother and enjoy her old age. After that, you can work for me. Before Hook could speak, Yi Hao spoke first. I understand. Hook pays his respects to the Lord. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, Hook immediately bowed emotionally. The effects of this elixir are heaven-defying. If you really want to rely on me, you should swear an oath. After all, this was a supreme-grade aptitude elixir. It could raise one's talent to supreme grade. Naturally, Yi Hao wouldn't be careless. Moreover, Yi Hao saw that Hook's loyalty was only slightly more than 60. He had no choice but to make Hook swear an oath. I, Hook. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, Hook immediately began to swear. This showed how important this aptitude elixir was to him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for subduing 7th Order Demon Emperor Hook. Loyalty, 98. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Hao nodded his head in satisfaction. This elixir belongs to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yi Hao handed the supreme grade aptitude elixir to Hook. Hook reached out his hand and received the aptitude elixir excitedly. His hands couldn't help but tremble. He said excitedly, Hook will definitely not disappoint the Lord. We will protect you. Eat the elixir, Yi Hao said to Hook. Yes. Upon hearing Yi Hao's instructions, Hook immediately ate the elixir excitedly. Everyone looked at Hook nervously. They wanted to know if this elixir was really heaven-defying and could raise one's talent from low grade to high grade. Chapter 778. Only the 13 disciples were looking at Hook enviously at this moment. Don't be envious. These elixirs are for you. Take them now. Yi Hao took out 13 elixirs. Among them, there were 10 upper-grade elixirs and 3 supreme-grade elixirs. When they saw Yi Hao take out so many elixirs, they were shocked again. My lord, are these elixirs too? The 13 disciples looked at Yi Hao excitedly and asked nervously. As for the few family heads, their faces were filled with anticipation at this moment even though they could not consume the pills. Although they could not take the elixirs, at least the disciples of their families got them. This made them feel a little jealous of Hook at the beginning, but it slowly disappeared. When they saw Yi Hao nodding, the 13 of them were excited. They took the elixirs from Yi Hao's hands. Thank you, my lord. The 13 of them took the elixirs and immediately knelt down to thank Yi Hao. However, they could not hide the excited smiles on their faces. Now that I have recruited one, I still need 6 more. Yi Hao looked at Hook and thought. After a while, Hook suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Hao excitedly. My lord, I feel that the difficulties in my cultivation have been solved. I feel that I am going to make a breakthrough. After Hook finished speaking, he immediately closed his eyes and started cultivating. Boom. After a while, Hook's aura shook. Everyone immediately looked at Hook. Hook had made a breakthrough. His cultivation had reached level 9 Demon Emperor. After Hook stabilized his cultivation, he immediately got up and knelt down to thank Hook. Thank you, my lord. Hook will go through fire and water for you in the future. I will not hesitate. This was because Hook knew that his talent had improved by more than a few times. His talent had definitely not been upgraded to upper grade. It had been upgraded to supreme grade. He knew that his feeling could not be wrong. There was only one possibility. Yi Hao had deliberately concealed the power of the elixirs. Hook thought about it and agreed. An elixir that could upgrade one's talent to upper grade was enough to make countless experts go crazy. Not to mention supreme grade talents of a higher level. If people knew that there was an elixir that could upgrade one's talent from low grade to supreme grade, the whole world would go crazy for it. You actually broke through. Feeling Hook's aura, the many family heads looked at Hook in shock and asked. However, before Hook could say anything, several auras of breakthroughs appeared beside him. Feeling the aura of a breakthrough, the patriarchs immediately looked towards the 13 disciples. Half of them had broken through to the next level. This is too heaven-defying. The patriarchs were very clear about the situation of their own disciples. It was impossible for these disciples to make a breakthrough so early. And for these disciples to be able to break through at this time, it must have something to do with the pills that Yi Hao had given them. Although I haven't broken through yet, I'm almost there. Me too. I feel that my talent in the past is nothing compared to now. What the Lord has bestowed upon us is definitely a miraculous pill. Many disciples stood up and said excitedly. This was because they all noticed that their talents had increased tremendously after consuming the aptitude pills. The cultivation obstacles that had been in front of them previously had now disappeared without a trace. Moreover, they felt that their current cultivation speed had increased by several times compared to their previous cultivation speed. At this moment, they saw a glimmer of hope for victory in the challenge 3 months later. Let's go to the next place. Seeing that everyone had successfully improved their aptitude, Wang Hao instructed. Yi Hao looked at Hook and said, "Bring your mother and wait for me at the first academy." "Yes, Lord." Seeing that his talent had broken through, Hook was full of ambition for the future. Therefore, Hook was in a good mood at this moment and was even more convinced by Yi Hao. After Yi Hao and the rest left the Wang family's territory, they immediately went to the other cities. Li Xiaotian, rank 6 Demon Emperor, 27 years old, arrogant character. Yi Hao looked at the introduction in the message. Li Xiaotian's residence was a small remote valley outside the city. At this moment, when he arrived at the small valley, he could hear people shouting from afar. Rumble. Li Xiaotian held the axe with both hands and slammed it on the ground. A deep trench appeared on the ground in an instant. Not bad. Looking at Li Xiaotian's strength, Yi Hao nodded with satisfaction. According to his analysis, Li Xiaotian's strength should be considered above average among the martial artists of the same level. The only thing that was lacking was that Li Xiaotian had not received formal guidance, so his attack was slightly inferior. "Who are you?" Suddenly, Li Xiaotian noticed Yi Hao and the rest and looked over vigilantly. "I want to take you as my subordinate, I don't know if you are willing." Yi Hao looked at Li Xiaotian and said, "You, a mere rank 10 Demon King, what qualifications do you have to take me as your subordinate?" Li Xiaotian looked at Yi Hao and said disdainfully, "I have no interest in messing around with you, you'd better leave." Li Xiaotian looked at the people behind Yi Hao and thought that Yi Hao was a rich young master from some big force. "Why don't we have a fight? If you lose, you will be my subordinate." Yi Hao did not get angry because of Li Xiaotian's disdain, but continued to smile and said, "You are courting death, but you have to promise that they will not attack." Hearing Yi Hao's words, Li Xiaotian was also interested and wanted to teach Yi Hao a lesson. However, Li Xiaotian could also see that the people behind Yi Hao were all extraordinary, so he did not forget to remind him. "Don't worry, they won't attack, but you have to keep your word." Yi Hao's face was full of a smile of success. On the way, Yi Hao had already planned to subdue Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian was arrogant. If he wanted to subdue him, he would have to crush his arrogance. "Don't worry, I, Li Xiaotian, am a man of my word, but you won't have the chance." After Li Xiaotian finished speaking, he suddenly rushed toward Yi Hao and said, "Eat my axe." "My lord, be careful." Seeing Li Xiaotian suddenly attack, the people behind him immediately became worried. After all, they saw that Yi Hao's strength was only at the peak of the Demon King realm. In their opinion, Yi Hao was definitely not a match for Li Xiaotian. After all, Li Xiaotian was a rank 6 Demon Emperor. Crushing Yi Hao was like playing a game. You don't have to attack, Yi Hao said to the people and rushed forward. Oh my god, how can my lord be so fast? Everyone was worried at first, but when they saw Yi Hao's speed, they were stunned. Because they realized that Yi Hao's speed was definitely not the speed of a Demon King. Chapter 779. How did you dodge my attack? Li Xiaotian was shocked when he saw that his attack missed. One must know that he was a 6th-order Demon Emperor. With his strength, he could easily kill any existence below the 5th-order Demon Emperor. If Yi Hao's strength was on par with his, it wouldn't be surprising if Yi Hao dodged his attack. But the key was that Yi Hao's cultivation was only at the peak of the Demon King realm. A Demon King could easily dodge the attack, but a 6th-order Demon Emperor's attack was a bit abnormal. I want to see how you dodge my attack. Li Xiaotian was unhappy when his first attack missed. He attacked Yi Hao again. But the situation was the same this time. Yi Hao easily dodged his attack again. He actually dodged it again. In addition to Li Xiaotian, the onlookers were also secretly shocked. Because they all felt that Yi Hao's speed was definitely not the speed that a Demon King should have. I'm guessing that the Lord must have a powerful speed technique to be able to move so quickly. Seeing that Yi Hao easily dodged Li Xiaotian's attack every time, but did not fight back, the onlookers guessed. Because they saw that Yi Hao's cultivation realm was indeed at the peak of the Demon King realm. They would never be wrong. But Yi Hao's speed was faster than a 6th-order Demon Emperor's speed. So they all thought that Yi Hao was using a powerful speed cultivation technique. Boy, don't dodge if you have the ability. Fight with me. Li Xiaotian's attacks missed several times in a row. At this moment, he couldn't help but be flustered and exasperated. In his opinion, Yi Hao kept dodging his attacks because Yi Hao had a powerful speed cultivation technique. In his opinion, if Yi Hao didn't have such fast speed, he would be killed by Yi Hao in an instant. You said it. Hearing Li Xiaotian's words, Yi Hao's face showed a smile. So what if I say it? As long as you don't run away, I promise I'll kill you. Seeing that Yi Hao was no longer running away, Li Xiaotian attacked Yi Hao again. When Li Xiaotian saw that Yi Hao really did not run away this time, he could not help but be delighted. Be careful, my lord. Everyone panicked when they saw that Yi Hao had stopped running. Get ready to save the lord, the Wang clan head said anxiously. But before anyone could make a move, Yi Hao suddenly moved. Gale Step. Yi Hao immediately used Gale Step, and his speed suddenly increased again. Oh my god. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped. They thought that Yi Hao's speed was fast enough. But compared to his current speed, it was much faster than before. As for Li Xiaotian, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Suddenly, Yi Hao had disappeared. Before Li Xiaotian could react, he suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen, and his whole body flew backward. But before he could land, he suffered another heavy blow and was sent flying again. Everyone was completely stupefied by this scene. Why do I feel that the Lord is more powerful than me? A 5th-order Demon Emperor disciple said with cold sweat on his forehead. Is this really the strength of a Demon King? He completely defeated a 6th-order Demon Emperor. Sure enough, we can't look at the Lord with the eyes of an ordinary person. This Li Xiaotian is also looking for trouble. Wasn't it good for the Lord to avoid him and not attack him? Now, he is going to suffer. Everyone watched as Yi Hao brutally beat Li Xiaotian. Their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Stop hitting me, I admit defeat. After being beaten by Yi Hao for more than 10 times, Li Xiaotian finally could not bear it and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Because Li Xiaotian felt that if he continued to be beaten by Yi Hao, he would probably die here. Are you willing to be my subordinate? Yi Hao did not stop attacking and asked. I am willing. Li Xiaotian cried. Then hurry up and swear. Okay, I swear. Li Xiaotian cried and swore to be loyal to Yi Hao forever. Only then did Yi Hao let Li Xiaotian go. At this moment, Li Xiaotian was beaten black and blue. Li Xiaotian looked at Yi Hao's cultivation and asked in disbelief, "Lord, are you really a peak demon king?" Of course. Yi Hao did not hide and revealed his cultivation realm. Furthermore, with his cultivation, everyone present would be able to easily detect his cultivation level. Li Xiaotian could not accept that he was beaten by a peak demon king and could not fight back. "This pill is for you." Yi Hao looked at Li Xiaotian and took out a top-grade aptitude pill. "What is this?" Li Xiaotian looked at the top-grade aptitude pill warily. Short-sighted. Seeing Yi Hao give Li Xiaotian the pill, but Li Xiaotian did not take it. This made the family heads gnash their teeth in jealousy. Li Xiaotian looked at the family heads who were looking at him with jealousy. He immediately realized that the pill Yi Hao gave him must be something good. Li Xiaotian immediately took it. He did not believe that Yi Hao would harm him when he had already pledged allegiance to Yi Hao. Li Xiaotian swallowed the pill. He wondered if this was a slap in the face and a sweet date to eat. But after swallowing the pill, Li Xiaotian's heart suddenly boiled. "Talent, my talent has become stronger. I'm not dreaming, am I?" Li Xiaotian closed his eyes and felt that his talent was constantly increasing. He roared in his heart. The family heads looked at Li Xiaotian, who was sitting on the ground. Although his eyes were closed, there was a big smile on his face. They were envious and looked at Yi Hao with resentment. Yi Hao felt the resentful gazes behind him and said, "I only have so many pills now, and they must be used by these disciples. Of course, if you perform well, I will definitely reward you with more pills in the future." "Thank you, my lord." Hearing Yi Hao's words, the family heads immediately thanked him excitedly. That was because they all knew that their talent was limited. If they did not have a great opportunity, they would probably reach the end of their lives. But with the aptitude pill, after improving their aptitude, their potential would increase greatly. Moreover, the higher their cultivation level, the stronger their strength, and the longer their lifespan. Therefore, they were also very eager to obtain an aptitude pill to improve their aptitude. Li Xiaotian, "Thank you, my lord. In the future, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you." Li Xiaotian immediately thanked Yi Hao excitedly after refining the pill in his body. He knew that his future life would be turned upside down after all. That was because his current talent had far surpassed his previous talent, and his achievements would definitely reach greater heights. And all of this was given to him by Yi Hao. Therefore, at this moment, Li Xiaotian's heart was full of gratitude to Yi Hao. If he had pledged loyalty to Yi Hao in the past, he would have been forced to do so. He had no choice but to pledge his loyalty because Yi Hao had forced him. Chapter 780. After all, for such a heaven-defying pill, even a demon sovereign or even a demon emperor would go crazy for it, let alone a demon emperor. If Yi Hao were to take out this pill, even a demon emperor level expert might serve Yi Hao. "My lord has recruited another genius." Seeing that Li Xiaotian had returned to Yi Hao's side, everyone could not help but sigh at Yi Hao's means. After all, they had recruited Li Xiaotian and the others before. However, Li Xiaotian and the others scoffed at their recruitment and did not take them seriously at all. However, once Yi Hao took action, he recruited 2 people. However, thinking about the capital that Yi Hao had invested, their families could not afford it. Because even if their families were to be destroyed, they would not be able to exchange for a superior grade aptitude pill. Because a superior grade aptitude pill represented a superior grade aptitude pill. And a superior grade aptitude pill was equivalent to having an additional demon emperor level expert. In the entire Rain domain, there had not been a demon emperor level expert for a long time. All this could prove the preciousness of a superior grade aptitude pill. Yi Hao then used the means of coercion and bribery. Finally, on the evening of the second day, the remaining 5 spots were all filled. Yi Hao made a bold decision. He would definitely cross the Magic Beast Forest and head to Qianyuan Academy. One must know that there was a proper official road to Qianyuan Academy. The journey was fast and there was no danger, and to go from the Magic Beast Forest to Qianyuan Academy, there were layers of danger along the way. All kinds of powerful magic beasts and dangers could happen at any time. Moreover, the journey was also greatly increased by several times. Originally, if a demon emperor rushed to Chenyuan Academy at full speed, it would take about 10 days to half a month. However, to go from the Magic Beast Forest to Chenyuan Academy, it would take at least 2 to 3 months. Moreover, if there was a slight mistake, the whole team might be wiped out. It was also possible that the challenge period would be over before they reached Chenyuan Academy. However, the Yi family wanted to train these disciples. One must know that these disciples were really talented at this moment. If they cultivated according to the rules, their cultivation might improve a lot after 3 months. After all, they were very talented. However, Yi Hao was not sure if he could win the competition. Thus, if he wanted to win the competition, he had to fully stimulate the potential of these people. He had to make these disciples suffer the most hardship and experience the tempering of life and death. It could be said that Yi Hao was taking an unconventional approach. However, he had no choice. This concerned the life and death of the First Academy. He had to do his best. Moreover, Yi Hao firmly believed that if he could bring his disciples to the Chenyuan Academy in 3 months, he would be able to do so. Then, these 20 disciples would undergo an earth-shattering change. "My lord, are you really going to do this?" The white dragon looked at Yi Hao worriedly. After all, Yi Hao's actions were too crazy. Even the people from Chenyuan Academy would be shocked if they knew what Yi Hao had done. "There's nothing we can do about it. We can only blame Chenyuan Academy for being too strong," Yi Hao said. Even though his disciples were far more talented than the disciples of the Heaven Branch, they were still far superior to the disciples of the Heaven Branch. However, at the same time, Chenyuan Academy's disciples were much stronger than his own. In the competition 3 months later, it would depend on one's strength and not talent. In the face of absolute strength, talent would not be able to help you win. "My lord, you have to be careful." The white dragon knew that Yi Hao was right. This was because in the First Academy, besides talent, the inner and outer yard disciples were inferior. Their strength and attacking skills were not as good as theirs. Hence, if they were to fight like this, the First Academy would definitely lose. It would be a crushing defeat. "Are you all ready? Once we enter the forest, you have to rely on your own strength to survive." Yi Hao looked at the 20 disciples. "We're ready," said the 20 disciples in a firm voice. This was because they were carrying the responsibility of the First Academy on their shoulders. If they lost, the First Academy would be finished. Moreover, they were the disciples of the First Academy. Naturally, they had to risk their lives to protect the First Academy. "All right, let's go," Yi Hao ordered. "Yes." Hearing Yi Hao's order, the disciples left quickly. "My lord." Just as the disciples left, 10 powerful demon primes suddenly appeared. These demon venerables were specially gathered by Yi Hao from the patriarchs of the major clans. When the time came, they would be able to protect the disciples in the magical beasts' forest. After all, the magical beasts' forest was filled with danger. He only had 20 disciples and he could not afford to lose any of them. However, with the protection of these 10 demon primes, Yi Hao believed that their lives would not be in danger when they entered the magical beasts' forest. "Just hide in the dark. Without my orders, do not attack. At the same time, do not expose your whereabouts." Yi Hao instructed the disciples sternly. This was because Yi Hao wanted his disciples to experience life and death. They had to unleash their full strength. If they knew that there were experts protecting them in the dark, they would definitely not unleash their full strength and would not be able to unleash the disciples' potential. "Yes, my lord. My lord." Hearing Yi Hao's order, the 10 demon primes immediately nodded. "Remember who you are following." After Yi Hao finished speaking, he chased after the disciples. As for the 10 demon sovereigns, they looked at each other for a while before they chased after Yi Hao. "My lord, you have to promise us." Seeing that everyone had left, the white dragon anxiously prayed. "Don't worry, my lord is blessed by the heavens. He will definitely be safe. We will set off in 2 months and meet up with him then. I believe that at that time, My Lord will lead the disciples and appear in a powerful manner to crush the Chenyuan Academy. At that time, our Chenyuan Academy will definitely be famous. Unknowingly, many family heads appeared behind the white dragon and spoke with smiles. Although that was what everyone said, they couldn't hide the worry in their eyes. After all, when they heard Yi Hao's decision to cross the magical beast's forest, they were also shocked. They could only pray that Yi Hao and the others would arrive at the Chenyuan Academy safely. My lord, there are a few Demon King realm demonic beasts ahead. Yi Hao led 20 disciples into the magical beast's forest. They sped all the way and did not stop at the periphery. This was because the periphery was filled with weak demonic beasts that had no combat power at all. Even if they were killed by the disciples, it would be a waste of time. Now that they had reached the center of the periphery, Demon King realm demonic beasts would appear from time to time. You go and fight. Remember to leave your last breath, Yi Hao said to a second-order demon emperor disciple. Chapter 781. Seeing the second-order Devil King realm disciple rushing over, Yi Hao immediately brought the rest of the disciples to watch. 4 three-eyed giant wolves pounced on the disciple. 4 three-eyed giant wolves, 3 of them were 8th-order Devil Kings, and 1 of them was at the peak of the Devil King realm. It could be said that their strength had increased tremendously. Yi Hao knew that it wouldn't be easy for this second-order Devil Emperor realm disciple to kill the 4 three-eyed giant wolves. But as long as he was careful, he could do it. In the blink of an eye, the 4 three-eyed giant wolves surrounded the disciple. The 4 three-eyed giant wolves cooperated with each other and attacked the disciple from all directions. The disciple panicked when he was suddenly attacked by 4 three-eyed giant wolves. The rest of the disciples broke out in cold sweat for the disciple. Under the siege of 4 three-eyed giant wolves, the slightest carelessness could put his life in danger. Fortunately, the disciple's reaction was still agile even though he panicked. Rumbling sword. The disciple shouted and executed his martial skill. It's actually the Wang family's high-grade yellow-ranked martial skill, rumbling sword. I wonder what realm he has cultivated it to. Seeing the disciple's sword skill, many disciples recognized it. The long sword in the disciple's hand flashed with cold light, and at the same time, rumbling sounds could be heard in the air. Hearing the rumbling sounds, the 4 three-eyed giant wolves were obviously uncomfortable. They retreated one by one and howled even louder. His talent is really good. He actually cultivated the rumbling sword skill to the point of perfection. Everyone was shocked when they saw the disciple forcing the 4 three-eyed giant wolves back half a step. When the disciple saw the 4 three-eyed giant wolves, a smug smile appeared on his face. Be careful. Yi Hao suddenly let out a roar. Because when the disciple was feeling smug, the peak Devil King realm 3-eyed giant wolf pounced on the disciple's back. Hearing Yi Hao's warning, the disciple's heart skipped a beat and a bad premonition arose. Rumbling sword skill. The disciple executed the rumbling sword skill again and attacked his back. The disciple's sword directly pierced through the 3-eyed wolf's huge claw. The 3-eyed wolf let out a painful cry. Although the 3-eyed giant wolf was injured, the disciple's back was drenched in cold sweat. If not for Yi Hao's warning, or if he had reacted a little slower, the giant wolf's claws would have torn his neck apart. At this moment, this disciple did not dare to be complacent in the slightest, nor did he dare to be careless. He immediately followed up his victory and attacked the injured wolf. As for the injured 3-eyed giant wolf, his eyes were filled with unwillingness because he was so close to killing his disciple. However, due to its injuries, its fighting prowess had been greatly reduced. Before the disciples, it was unable to exert its full strength. Thus, the 3-eyed giant wolf, who was at the pinnacle of the Demon Lord realm, was completely crushed by the disciple. In the blink of an eye, it was already riddled with wounds and fell to the ground unwillingly. Yi Hao immediately went up and killed the 3-eyed giant wolf, turning it into his own experience. Although there weren't many of them, in front of Yi Hao, no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. They couldn't let it go to waste. On the other hand, the disciples' biggest problem was solved. The remaining 3 rank 8 Demon Lord 3-eyed giant wolves were even easier to deal with. In less than 3 minutes, the three three-eyed giant wolves were all lying on the ground. Yi Hao went up and ended their lives. How do you feel about your performance? Yi Hao looked at his disciple and asked. I'm not satisfied. The disciple immediately said when he recalled that he was almost killed by the giant wolves. Someone reminded you today. If you had faced the four three-eyed giant wolves alone today, I think you know what would have happened to you. Yi Hao said coldly. The disciple lowered his head with a look of remorse. And all of you, remember this. No matter what, you must go all out against the enemy. Don't be careless. Yi Hao's gaze swept across the rest of the disciples. Yes. Everyone nodded quickly. After all, they had seen the battle just now. It was really thrilling. If Yi Hao's reminder had been too late, or if the disciple had reacted by himself, the one who would have died now would probably have been the disciple. Originally, I wanted to reward you with this high-grade profound class sword technique. However, I'm not satisfied with your performance. I hope you can continue to work hard. Yi Hao took out a martial technique and said. One had to know that this martial technique was chosen from the 100,000 martial techniques that the system had rewarded him when he established the academy. Yi Hao took time out to challenge 20 martial techniques that were most suitable for 20 people from the martial technique pavilion. However, Yi Hao did not intend to give it to them so early. High-grade profound class martial technique. Hearing Yi Hao's words, all the disciples' eyes lit up as they looked at the martial technique in Yi Hao's hand. One had to know that among the 20 people present, only a few of them had cultivated a profound rank cultivation technique, but it was only a low-level profound rank cultivation technique. As for high profound rank martial skills, even in the rain domain, they were rarely seen. Thus, to them, the allure of this martial skill was absolutely enormous. As for the disciple who did not have a second-order demon king, he was filled with regret at this moment. This was a high-grade profound class martial technique. It was much more powerful than his rumbling sword art. It was estimated that only a handful of disciples in the Tianyuan Academy could cultivate this high-grade profound class martial technique. If they could learn this martial technique, their combat strength would be greatly improved. 3 months later, their chances of winning the challenge would also increase. However, because of his mistake in the battle, he missed out on this opportunity. There is a third-order demon emperor demonic beast ahead. As long as you defeat it, this martial technique will belong to you. Yi Hao heard the hidden demon venerable's voice in his mind and said to the disciple who was full of regret. Really? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the disciple's regret disappeared immediately. He looked at Yi Hao excitedly. Although he was only a second-order demon emperor, he believed that as long as he gave it his all, it would not be a problem to kill a third-order demon emperor demonic beast. The demonic beast is coming. It's up to you now. Yi Hao heard the sound from afar and said to the disciple. Then, Yi Hao led everyone away from the disciple's side. Not long after, they saw a giant python that was more than 10 meters long. It smelled blood and approached the disciple. A third-order demon emperor crimson blood python. Seeing the demonic beast, the disciple did not dare to be careless. It was not only because of the martial technique. It was because the crimson blood python was definitely one of the top demonic beasts of the same level. Chapter 782. Without my orders, no one is allowed to attack. Yi Hao ordered sternly when he heard the disciple's words. What he wanted was to use demonic beasts and dangers to train his disciples. Using the third-order Devil Emperor Scarlet Blood Python to temper Wang Kai was the most suitable choice. How could he allow his disciples to interfere? Yes, everyone was wondering whether Wang Kai could defeat the Red Blood Python. But after hearing Yi Hao's order, they had to give up the idea of helping Wang Kai. The Red Blood Python was fighting with Wang Kai at this moment. As soon as the Crimson Blood Python appeared, it wanted to use its advantage in speed to bind Wang Kai. But Wang Kai was focused on dealing with the Red Blood Python. He immediately dodged the Red Blood Python's attack. The Red Blood Python's attack missed and its body swept through 4 or 5 trees. The trees were smashed into pieces by the Red Blood Python's attack. It could be seen how powerful the Red Blood Python was. If Wang Kai was hit by the red blood python, he would suffer. Seeing that its attack missed, the red blood python became even more violent and its tail whipped toward Wang Kai fiercely. Rumbling sword technique. Seeing the red blood python's tail whipping toward Wang Kai quickly dodged. At the same time, he seized the opportunity to attack the red blood python with the rumbling sword technique. Beautiful. Seeing that Wang Kai had dodged and attacked the red blood python in one go, the disciples praised him excitedly. When Yi Hao saw this scene, he nodded in satisfaction. Wang Kai's long sword cut the red blood python's huge tail. Apparently, the red blood python didn't expect that Wang Kai would dodge its attack again and attack it. Therefore, the red blood python didn't have time to dodge and a half-meter-long wound appeared on its tail. Hiss! The red blood python was in pain and it screamed in anger. Wang Kai didn't dare to be careless and dodged again. As expected, the red blood python was in pain and it went berserk. It opened its mouth and wanted to swallow Wang Kai. But Wang Kai had already dodged it. When the red blood python's attack missed, Wang Kai's long sword stabbed the red blood python's body again. The crimson blood python didn't expect that its attack would miss again, and that it would be injured by Wang Kai again. It almost lost its mind. This Wang Kai is too freakish. When everyone saw Wang Kai's attack method, they were all extremely shocked. That was because the majority of them were from the various large clans. Normally, the various large clans would also hold competitions. Although Wang Kai's performance was not bad, it was definitely not that heaven-defying. He was completely suppressing the crimson blood python. Everyone could see that the crimson python had already entered a frenzied state. It no longer cared about its injuries and only wanted to kill Wang Kai. Furthermore, the crimson blood python's attacks were relentless. However, Wang Kai was able to nimbly dodge the crimson blood python's attacks almost every time. Moreover, he was able to inflict large and small injuries on the crimson blood python's body. The blood of the crimson blood python had seeped into the ground. Did you see that? Wang Kai's speed is actually not faster than the crimson blood python. What? Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Wang Kai and the crimson blood python. How did Wang Kai's battle experience become so strong? You have to know that I defeated him when he fought with me previously. If he really has such strong battle experience, the one who will lose will definitely be me. A third-order Devil Emperor disciple said in shock. Yi Hao heard the shock of the disciples, but he only smiled and did not say anything. Of course, he knew why Wang Kai's battle experience had become so powerful. Naturally, it was related to the change in Wang Kai's talent. One had to know that the strength of a person's talent was also related to their strength. In the past, Wang Kai's talent was only low-grade, but now, it was high-grade. In the past, Wang Kai's strength would definitely be average among cultivators of the same level and would not be too outstanding. But now, Wang Kai's high-grade talent could absolutely crush cultivators of the same level. He could even fight cultivators of a higher level. With a strong talent, going through battles would definitely increase one's battle experience by a large margin. Wang Kai's current battle experience was definitely far superior to when he fought against the three-eyed wolf. Therefore, in order to let these disciples display their talents, they had to go through battles and comprehend battle experience. This was also the reason why Yi Hao led the disciples through the magic beast forest. At this moment, Wang Kai's battle was becoming more and more skillful. On the other hand, the scarlet blood python was getting weaker and weaker, and its attacks were not as strong as before. Everyone could see that the scarlet blood python had no chance to make a comeback. However, the disciples felt that it was a little unrealistic. After all, they were still worried about whether Wang Kai could defeat the scarlet blood python or not. But the reality was that Wang Kai had crushed the scarlet blood python all the way. When Yi Hao saw that it was about time, he stepped forward and killed the scarlet blood python with a sword. He received a sum of experience, but it did not drop anything. "Lord, I have completed the mission," Wang Kai said excitedly with a smile on his face. Even now, Wang Kai felt that killing the scarlet blood python was a little unrealistic. Because when he killed the scarlet blood python, except for the slight panic at the beginning, it was simply too easy. Moreover, he did not know why, but when he was fighting the scarlet blood python, he could always predict the scarlet blood python's next attack. It had to be known that this situation had never happened before. And when he was fighting the three-eyed giant wolf, he had this feeling. Otherwise, even if Yi Hao had warned him, he wouldn't have been able to react so quickly and deal with the sneak attack of the peak heavenly demon king three-eyed giant wolf. Could it be related to my breakthrough in talent? Wang Kai thought for a moment and suddenly thought of a possibility. Because this was the only possibility that could cause such a huge change in him. He felt that his current battle experience was definitely several times stronger than before. Wang Kai, you are really good. You have really exceeded my expectations. When did your battle strength become so strong? I really did not expect that your battle experience would be so abundant. Wang Kai, you have hidden it too deeply. Many disciples looked at Wang Kai and said one after another. Wang Kai scratched his head embarrassedly because he knew that he was definitely not so strong before. Actually, my battle strength was not so strong before. Wang Kai said embarrassedly. That's enough, Wang Kai. Stop pretending. We saw your battle just now. That's right. The scarlet blood python is a peak existence among demonic beasts of the same level. Your cultivation level is lower than it, but you were able to crush it. That's right. Even if I were the scarlet blood python, I would not be able to fight it as easily as you. Chapter 783. What I said is true. I feel that the reason why my combat experience is so strong is because of the aptitude pill that the Lord gave us. It has greatly improved my comprehension in combat. Wang Kai immediately explained when he saw that everyone had misunderstood. Is what you said true? Doesn't that mean that our combat experience will also be greatly improved? Are you kidding us? If that's the case, as long as my combat experience increases, my combat strength will also be greatly improved. Everyone looked at Wang Kai with a sincere expression on their faces as they spoke excitedly. Combat experience might not be of much use in front of experts who were much stronger than them. However, in front of experts who were at the same level as them, or experts who were not much stronger than them, combat experience was absolutely crucial. Take Wang Kai for example. If he relied on his previous combat experience, it would be very difficult for him to defeat the Crimson Blood Python. He would definitely be injured. However, with powerful combat experience, killing the Crimson Blood Python was simply a piece of cake. You have to know that with your talent, you are definitely favored by the heavens. Naturally, you can't be compared to the past. Yi Hao said when he saw that everyone was excited. Next, I will assign you a mission to train your combat experience. Yi Hao looked at everyone and said, you have to remember that your life and death are in your hands. No one will save you. Yes. Everyone became nervous when they heard Yi Hao's words. Because Yi Hao meant to kill them, the following battle would depend on their own abilities. Even if their lives were in danger, Yi Hao would not save them. They did not know if Yi Hao would really not save them when their lives were in danger. However, they did not dare to take the risk. After all, if Yi Hao really did not save them, they would die. If they died, no matter how good their talent was, it would be useless. There is a Class 5 Demon Emperor demonic beast in front. You go. Yi Hao pointed at a Class 4 Demon Emperor disciple. Yes. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the disciple immediately rushed forward. There is a Class 7 Demon Emperor demonic beast in the northeast. You go. There is a Class 7 Demon Emperor demonic beast in the south. You go. There is a Class 5 Demon Emperor demonic beast in front. You go. In one day, everyone was rushing madly. Yi Hao kept asking the demon venerable to secretly search for demonic beasts and then issue missions to the Z disciples. At the end of the day, almost every disciple had fought at least one magical beast. Some had even fought several magical beasts. Of course, many of them were not so lucky. They were attacked by the demonic beasts and suffered injuries of various sizes. But without exception, every disciple's combat talent had greatly improved. It was already night time, and Yi Hao had roasted some meat for the disciples, allowing them to eat their fill, and each and every one of them ate heartily. All of you, Take a rest. Yi Hao instructed everyone. Yes. After a day of hard work, all the disciples were extremely sleepy. When they heard Yi Hao's command, they all started to fall asleep. Seeing the disciples fall into a deep sleep, Yi Hao revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. One had to know that the night was a paradise for magical beasts. The combat strength of magical beasts was also extremely terrifying. On the other hand, when humans fought at night, they would be more or less restricted. This was the best opportunity to train his disciples. Yi Hao would not let it go to waste. A demon venerable appeared next to Yi Hao. Yi Hao then ordered, "Go and chase away 20 demonic beasts of the demon emperor level. Their levels don't have to be too high." Yes. After receiving Yi Hao's order, the demon venerable looked at the disciples with pity and then immediately went to gather the other demon venerables to chase away the demonic beasts. "Disciples, get ready for tonight's feast." Yi Hao took out a demonic beast's corpse, tore it into pieces, and distributed them around the disciples. Instantly, the smell of blood filled the air. Yi Hao believed that the smell of blood would drive the demonic beasts crazy. Then, Yi Hao left the disciples and hid in a big tree. Roar. Not long after, the roar of the demonic beasts could be heard from afar. Seeing that the demon venerables were able to catch the demonic beasts so quickly, Yi Hao nodded with satisfaction. Looks like these demon venerables are not bad. What's that sound? Brothers, get up. Among the 20 disciples, there were some who were sharp enough to notice the roar of the demonic beasts and quickly called out to them. "Hey! Where is the master?" When they heard the roar, they quickly got up. But after searching for a long time, they still could not find Yi Hao. "There's no need to search anymore. This must be the master's test for us. Brothers, get ready for battle," one of them said with a bitter smile. "Ah, it can't be. It's the middle of the night." The disciples immediately cried out in pain. But all of them had already taken out their weapons and were ready to fight. Roar. At this time, a demonic beast appeared in front of them. "It's a rank 3 demon emperor. Give it to me." When Wang Kai saw the demonic beast's cultivation, he did not wait for them to react and immediately rushed over. Sword style of roaring. Wang Kai immediately used his sword style to suppress the demonic beast in front of him. Demonic beasts were not to be trifled with. Because it was late at night, the demonic beast's ferocity was completely aroused. And the smell of blood in the air had driven the demonic beasts into a frenzy. When the demonic beast saw Wang Kai rushing over, it was as if it had seen a delicious meal. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Wang Kai. Roar. Roar. Before they could watch Wang Kai's battle, 3 more demonic beasts appeared. "Leave this demonic beast to us." Looking at the demonic beasts that appeared, another 3 disciples rushed out and attacked the demonic beasts. "Brothers, don't just stand there. Let's fight." Suddenly, one of the disciples pointed behind him with a bitter smile. Dozens of demonic beasts had appeared out of nowhere. "Kill." The disciples shouted in unison and immediately rushed at the demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, the 20 disciples were each fighting against a demonic beast. Yi Hao looked at the sky and saw the dark clouds covering the moon as he mumbled, "Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Die." Wang Kai roared. Seizing the opportunity, he stabbed the long sword in his hand into the demonic beast's eye. The demonic beast cried out in pain and then fell to the ground, dead. "My combat experience seems to have increased. I can even fight against a rank 4 demon emperor demonic beast." Wang Kai thought to himself excitedly. This was because he realized that he could kill rank 3 demon emperor demonic beasts much faster and easier than before. "Well done, Wang Kai." Seeing that Wang Kai had killed the demonic beast, they all congratulated him. Chapter 784. Wang Kai, recover your strength first. The smell of blood will definitely attract more demonic beast. Li Xiaotian said to Wang Kai. Okay. Hearing Li Xiaotian's words, Wang Kai dug out the demonic crystals of the demonic beasts and retreated to a safe place to recover his strength. As Wang Kai's battle ended, the rest of the disciples also killed the demonic beasts in front of them. Roar! 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 This group of demonic beasts is really fast. Li Xiaotian killed the Class 7 Demon Emperor demonic beast in front of him with a sword. Hearing the cries coming from all around, his fighting spirit was boiling. Brothers, let's see who can kill the most demonic beasts today. Suddenly, a disciple said with a smile. Okay. Everyone agreed and waited for the arrival of the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were unusually fast. They roared ferociously and pounced on the disciples with the smell of blood. The disciples were not to be trifled with. When they saw the demonic beasts coming, they immediately rushed up. Why don't we add a bet? Whoever kills the least demonic beasts will contribute the roasted meat that the Lord roasts tomorrow. Li Xiaotian said with a smile as he repelled the demonic beasts in front of him. You are too ruthless. It seems that I have to go all out for the roasted meat tomorrow. A disciple who was almost as strong as Li Xiaotian replied with a smile. Senior brother, although you are stronger than me, I will not admit defeat easily. Wang Kai said with a smile. Wang Kai, you have to work hard. Li Xiaotian laughed again. At the same time, the long sword in his hand had pierced another demonic beast. The demonic beasts attracted this time were of different strengths, ranging from the Demon King realm to the Demon Emperor realm. They could even see Demon General level demonic beasts. Therefore, it was much easier for the disciples to kill them. However, the number of demonic beasts was also increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had increased to 70 or 80 demonic beasts. In other words, each disciple had to fight several demonic beasts at the same time. Brothers, the demonic beasts are increasing. You have to be fast. Looking at the increasing number of demonic beasts, a disciple shouted loudly. My lord, the number of demonic beasts is increasing. Should we stop some of them? A demon sovereign appeared in front of Yi Hao and asked respectfully. Yi Hao waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. You guys just need to stop the high-level demon emperor demonic beasts. What he wanted was the tempering of life and death. Only then would he be able to better stimulate the potential of the disciples. At the same time, it would allow the disciples to grow better. Naturally, the greater the number of demonic beasts, the greater the pressure on the disciples. Otherwise, even though the disciples were constantly killing magical beasts, they wouldn't feel the slightest bit of pressure, which wouldn't achieve the effect of tempering the disciples. Yi Hao watched the disciples kill the demonic beasts as if their lives depended on it. At the beginning, they were killing the demonic beasts on their own. In the end, they began to work together tacitly. However, the number of magical beasts didn't seem to be decreasing. At the beginning, there were still 70 to 80 of them, but now, there were more than 100 of them. And this was when the disciples had already killed quite a number of demonic beasts. Fortunately, the bodies of the demonic beasts were relatively large. Thus, they were unable to attack the disciples all at once. Each time, there would be at most 3 to 4 demonic beasts attacking each disciple. However, there were too many magical beasts. As long as the disciples killed a magical beast, another magical beast would immediately replace it. It can't be. Why does it seem like we can't kill these magical beasts? A disciple who had killed 5 magical beasts in a row couldn't help but wail when he saw the horde of beasts in front of him. If I were you, I would think about how to kill the magical beasts quickly. It's useless to complain. That's right. Fortunately, there are no powerful magical beasts appearing. Otherwise, we would be finished. The disciples didn't forget to comment as they killed the magical beasts one by one. It could be seen that the disciples were no longer as calm as they were in the beginning. At this moment, all of them were panting heavily. Brothers, we can't stay here like this. We have to think of a way to break out. Otherwise, we will be devoured by these beasts. Seeing that more and more magical beasts were gathering around them, Li Xiaotian shouted. I think so too. We can't stay here like this. Then which direction should we break out in? I think we should break out in the east. The density of the magical beasts in the east is lower. Alright, you guys cooperate with me. Tear an opening and retreat together. The disciples immediately reached a consensus. Under the leadership of Li Xiaotian, the disciples immediately attacked the magical beasts in the east. In the blink of an eye, Several magical beasts were killed. The horde of magical beasts was empty. Break out! Li Xiaotian shouted as he repelled a magical beast. The disciples didn't dare to delay. They immediately repelled the magical beasts in front of them and rushed out with Li Xiaotian. When the magical beasts saw the disciples rushing out, they wouldn't let them go. They roared and chased after them. Suddenly, hundreds of magical beasts chased after the 20 disciples. The whole ground began to tremble. Well, stop the magical beasts around. Don't let any more in. Yi Hao looked at the disciples who were running away and said to the demon lord beside him. Yi Hao looked at the magical beasts in front of him. He estimated that the disciples would have a hard time if more magical beasts were allowed to come. Sudden emergency. Not enough time. We'll fix it before tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. If there wasn't enough time, it would be changed back to emergency by tomorrow morning. Chapter 785. When the disciples saw that the number of magical beasts had stopped increasing, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Brothers, let's hurry up and find a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack to deal with this group of magical beast. The disciples fled with all their might. Brothers, there's a mountain ahead. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. All right, let's go. When everyone saw the mountain, their faces were filled with ecstasy. Because as long as they reached the foot of the mountain, they would not have to worry about their surroundings. They would only have to worry about one side and kill the magical beasts. Everyone immediately rushed to the foot of the mountain and with their backs against the mountain, they fought the magical beasts head-on. And this time, the disciples clearly felt much more relaxed. Quite lucky. Yi Hao, who was not far away, could not help but smile when he saw this scene. As long as there were no accidents, the disciples would not be in danger when killing the magical beasts. Strange, why haven't they returned yet? Yi Hao found it strange that the demon sovereigns had gone to stop the magical beasts but they had not returned yet. However, Yi Hao did not care. He believed that this was still the periphery of the forest and there would definitely not be any demon sovereign level magical beasts. And as long as no demon sovereign level magical beasts appeared, the demon sovereigns would not be in any danger. Yi Hao returned his gaze to the disciples. Yi Hao looked at the disciples' martial skills. The martial skills they used were all very simple and they were basically all demon yellow level martial skills. Looks like when this training is over, I should give them the martial skills. The battle lasted for a day and 2 nights. It was not until the night of the second day that the disciples killed all the magical beasts. However, many wounds appeared on the bodies of the disciples and their faces were filled with exhaustion. Greetings, Lord. When they saw Yi Hao appear, the disciples immediately bowed. You all performed well. These martial skills are for you. Yi Hao took out 20 martial skills and handed them to everyone. When everyone received the martial skills in their hands, the exhaustion on their faces immediately disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. I'm not dreaming, right? They are all Dark Demon high-grade martial skills. I actually have a Dark Demon level martial skill and it's even a Dark Demon high-grade martial skill. And I feel that this martial skill is simply tailor-made for me. Thank you, my lord. Everyone thanked Xia Haoshuan delightedly. All of you, take your time to comprehend what you've learned. After yesterday's battle, go and practice your martial techniques. I'll make some food for all of you first. Yi Hao smiled in satisfaction when he saw the joyful expressions on his disciples' faces. Thank you, my lord. I'm really starving to death. Just thinking about my lord's barbecued meat makes my mouth water. My lord, hurry up and roast it. I feel like I can eat an entire magical beast. When the disciples heard that Yi Hao wanted to barbecue meat, they immediately started drooling. They felt so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. After Yi Hao began to roast the meat, the disciples began to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Boom! Suddenly, Li Xiaotian's aura surged and he said happily, "Haha, I didn't expect to break through so quickly. Based on my previous cultivation speed, it would have taken me at least a few months." After Li Xiaotian finished speaking, he immediately closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The rest of the disciples were also fully focused on their cultivation. Yi Hao continued to roast the meat at the side and did not disturb them. It was not until late at night that they began to open their eyes. It smells so good. I can't take it anymore. I'm starving to death. Don't snatch it. It's mine. Don't tell me there's more over there. You're too greedy, aren't you? Can you finish a magical beast? Of course I can finish it. I'm afraid this one is not enough. Most of the disciples had broken through one level in their cultivation. Those who did not break through had also improved their cultivation by a lot. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was in a very good mood and began to fight for the barbecued meat. Looking at the people fighting for the barbecued meat, Yi Hao frowned. Because until now, the demon sovereigns had not returned. My lord, did something happen? Li Xiaotian noticed Yi Hao's worried look and quickly asked worriedly. Nothing. Yi Hao shook his head slightly. By the way, in a while, you lead the disciples to practice martial arts. I'll be out for a while and then come back. Yi Hao said to Li Xiaotian. He wanted to find the demon sovereigns. Yes. Li Xiaotian saw that Yi Hao was unwilling to say more and did not ask any more questions. Looking at the people who were still eating the barbecued meat, Yi Hao identified the direction and began to move quickly. Along the way, Yi Hao saw the corpses of magical beasts all over the ground. Looking at the wounds on the magical beasts, they were all killed with one blow. Obviously, these wounds were caused by the demon sovereigns. That's strange. Why is there no one? Yi Hao searched along the way for a long time but did not see anyone. According to the loyalty of the demon sovereigns to him, if something really happened, they would definitely report it to him. However, the sudden disappearance of all of them gave people a very strange feeling. Could it be that something really happened to them? Yi Hao could not help but frown. After all, what kind of existence could make 10 demon sovereigns die? Furthermore, Yi Hao searched for a long time but did not see the existence of any caves. There were only dense trees everywhere. Something's not right. Yi Hao suddenly shuddered because he realized that the path behind him was completely different from the one he had come from. What's going on? I can't have remembered wrongly. Yi Hao was very sure that he had not remembered wrongly. Because he was looking for the demon sovereigns, Yi Hao had been very cautious. He had carefully observed every blade of grass and every tree in his surroundings. However, it was obvious that the position of the trees behind him and the position of the branches had changed. Although this change was very slight, Yi Hao could clearly sense it. Could I have fallen into an array formation? Yi Hao could not help but wonder if he had fallen into an illusory array formation. However, Yi Hao could not see through the array formation in front of him even though he used his knowledge of array formations. Not only could he not see through it, but he also could not detect a trace of the aura of an array formation. Although his array formation level was still at the level of the Myriad Kingdom continent, it was not to the extent that he could not detect a trace of the aura of an array formation. Either the level of this array formation was really too high, or it meant that there was no array formation here at all. Let me see what the hell you are. Yi Hao immediately attacked the trees beside him. Something that shocked Yi Hao happened. His attack did not land on the trees. Instead, The trees actually moved. Could it be a demon tree? Yi Hao suddenly thought. Chapter 787. My lord, we don't know how we ended up here and we can't find our way back. One of the demon supremacies said. That's the work of the demonic trees. Yi Hao explained to everyone. Demonic trees. Everyone was puzzled. They obviously didn't know what the demonic trees were. Yi Hao immediately explained the existence of the demonic trees to everyone. When everyone heard this, they all secretly gasped. This was because they didn't know about the existence of the demonic trees at all. They also thought that they had fallen into an illusion. So they had been looking for an exit. They could imagine that if Yi Hao hadn't come to save them, they would have died here sooner or later. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Although Yi Hao was young, he knew more things than them. Most importantly, they had also attacked the demonic trees before. However, they couldn't cause any harm to the demonic trees at all. So they simply gave up on attacking the demonic trees. It could be said that the 10 demon supremacies couldn't compare to Yi Hao alone. Yi Hao alone took care of all the demonic trees. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. Everyone quickly thanked Yi Hao. Get up. This forest is full of danger. There's still a long way to go. You must be careful in the future. Yi Hao reminded everyone. Everyone nodded when they heard Yi Hao's reminder. After all, they were safe and sound when they encountered the demonic trees this time because the demonic trees didn't attack. If they encountered something powerful again, they didn't know if they would be so lucky as to wait for Yi Hao to save them. Let's go back first. Yi Hao glanced at the demonic trees that had been burned to ashes. There was no need to stay here any longer. Moreover, Yi Hao was also worried about the safety of his disciples. Yes. The demon supremacies immediately followed behind Yi Hao and rushed back. Oh no, something happened. Yi Hao returned to the place where the disciples were and realized that there was no one there. Yi Hao immediately looked around and couldn't help but frown because he saw a few pools of blood. Don't come out yet. Just as the demon sovereigns were about to come out to check, Yi Hao suddenly transmitted his voice. That was because he heard strange movements coming from not too far away. Who is it? Yi Hao took out his weapon and looked cautiously in the direction of the commotion. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my gains to be so good today. I've caught another prey. It's just that his cultivation base is a little weak. A figure landed in front of Yi Hao and let out a strange laugh. The voice was wearing a black blood-red robe with an evil aura. Who are you? Yi Hao looked at the newcomer warily. I am Heaven Blood Demon Venerate. Brat, have you heard of my great name? Heaven Blood Demon Venerate spoke in an arrogant tone while looking at Yi Hao with disdain. I have never heard of Heaven Blood Demon Venerable, but I have heard of Heaven Shit Demon Venerable, Yi Hao said with a smile. Who is Heaven Shit Demon Venerable? Heaven Blood Demon Venerable thought carefully. When he saw the smile on Yi Hao's face, how could he not know that he had been tricked? He was instantly enraged. Brat, you have guts. How dare you trick me? Let's see how I'll capture you and refine you into my cultivation base. Heaven Blood Demon Venerable exuded a monstrous blood aura and pounced on Yi Hao. Yi Hao only pretended to struggle and fell into Heaven Blood Demon Venerable's hands. Yi Hao guessed that the disciples had been captured by Heaven Blood Demon Venerable. Therefore, in order to save the outstanding disciples, he could only follow Heaven Blood Demon Venerable to his lair. Brat, aren't you very arrogant? You still ended up in my hands. Heaven Blood Demon Venerable looked at Yi Hao with disdain. HMPH, old man. If you have the ability, let me go. I'll find you and destroy you. Yi Hao deliberately said ruthlessly. HMPH, the person who wants to destroy me hasn't been born yet. Heaven Blood Demon Venerable snorted coldly. He grabbed Yi Hao and left quickly. Yi Hao was caught in the hands of a demon venerable. Although his face showed panic, his heart was incomparably calm. After all, there were still 10 demon venerables behind him. If they attacked together, Heaven Blood Demon Venerable would be beaten to a pulp. Where are you bringing me? Yi Hao felt bored and asked Heaven Blood Demon Venerable. You'll know when we arrive. Heaven Blood Demon Venerable clearly could not be bothered with Yi Hao. How much longer? Yi Hao continued to ask. Haha, this is the first time I've seen someone in a hurry to die. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Heaven Blood Demon Venerable sneered. Heaven Blood Demon Venerable was not afraid of Yi Hao playing tricks. After all, Yi Hao was not a mere demon king realm. In Heaven Blood Demon Venerable's opinion, with Yi Hao's cultivation base, he could kill him with a pinky. Speaking of him, he had been capturing people for so long. It was only today that it took him a little more effort. In order to capture those 20 demon emperors, the 3 of his brothers attacked together before they captured those 20 people. And he came back to see if there were any fish that escaped the net. He did not expect that he would actually capture Yi Hao. Big brother, third brother, I'm back. Heaven Blood Demon Venerable brought Yi Hao to the front of a large mountain. After several turns, a huge cave appeared in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at this cave and immediately frowned. Although Yi Hao had killed countless people, smelling the smell of blood that filled the air in the cave still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Because it was as if he had entered a world of blood. The thick smell of blood made people feel dizzy when they smelled it. But fortunately, Yi Hao adapted for a while and felt much better. After all, the number of people he had killed was not few. Heaven Blood Demon Venerable's attention was always on Yi Hao. When he saw Yi Hao return to normal so quickly, he could not help but feel incomparably surprised. This was because every time he captured people, most of them would faint from the smell of blood and an invisible attack the moment they entered the cave. And a small number of people would turn pale and vomit. Like Yi Hao, who recovered after a slight discomfort, this had never happened before. Second brother, why are you back so late? I was still waiting for you to come back and let those people bleed so that we can bathe in blood together. That's right. Second brother, you don't know. The people we captured this time are all quite talented and their cultivation is also very high. It will definitely allow our cultivation to soar. Yi Hao looked at the 2 people who walked out. They were dressed similarly to Heaven Blood Demon Venerable. And the aura on the 2 of them was also filled with an evil aura. Yi Hao knew that the 3 people in front of him should be evil cultivators. And evil cultivators were hated by everyone in the ancient demon domain. This was because evil cultivators did not cultivate like ordinary warriors. Instead, they specialized in unorthodox ways to raise their cultivation. From their words, Yi Hao was able to deduce that the 3 of them were specifically relying on absorbing human blood to cultivate. Chapter 788. The most despicable thing was that the 3 of them could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke him. Big brother, third brother, didn't I catch another kid? Heaven Blood Demon Venerable immediately replied with a smile. The 2 of them looked at Yi Hao in Heaven Blood Demon Venerable's hands with disdain. Second brother, you are really something. You actually want such trash. The big brother could not be bothered to look at Yi Hao. Although the third brother did not say anything, his thoughts were almost the same as the big brother's. Big brother, second brother, you are wrong. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Heaven Blood Demon Venerable laughed. All right then. Hurry up and tie this kid up. We will burn incense and change our clothes. We will bathe in blood together later. Hearing Heaven Blood Demon Venerable's words, the big brother did not say anything else and urged Heaven Blood Demon Venerable. Lord, why are you caught too? You evil people, let go of my lord if you have the ability. Lord, are you all right? Yi Hao was caught by Heaven Blood Demon Venerable and brought to the depths of the cave. In the depths of the vast cave, there was a blood pool close to 1,000 square meters. At this moment, the 20 disciples were tied to the stone pillars beside the blood pool. When the 20 disciples saw Yi Hao, they were instantly worried and looked angrily at Heaven Blood Demon Venerable and the rest. Interesting. I didn't expect you to know each other. You are actually their lord. Heaven Blood Demon Venerable was surprised when he saw the disciples calling Yi Hao their lord. However, you don't have to be anxious. You will be going to hell together soon. Ha ha ha. After Heaven Blood Demon Venerable tied Yi Hao to the pillar, he turned around and left with a smile. Lord. The disciples looked at Yi Hao anxiously. Originally, they were still hoping that Yi Hao could save them. However, now that Yi Hao was caught, their faces turned ashen. All of them were anxious and uneasy, especially when they were faced with the blood pool that was close to 1,000 square meters. Don't worry. I will bring you out. Yi Hao looked at the anxious disciples and said. The disciples quieted down immediately, but their faces were filled with disbelief. It was because the ropes that tied them up were made of special materials. Even peak demon emperors couldn't break free from them. Even if they released Yi Hao, they probably wouldn't be able to untie them. What's more, Yi Hao was also tied up here. However, Yi Hao did not explain. Instead, with a serious expression, he took out 100 demonic tree seeds and threw them into the blood pool. This was because the demon sovereigns had not arrived yet. Yi Hao had to prepare a life-saving measure first. Otherwise, by the time the demon venerables arrived, they would have already turned into dried corpses. The 100 demon tree seeds were thrown into the blood pool and immediately began to germinate rapidly, growing into saplings. That was because the blood pool was filled with essence blood, which was exactly what the demon tree needed to grow. When the disciples saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Oh my God, what is this thing? Why is it growing so fast? What am I seeing? These saplings seem to be absorbing the blood in the pool. Where did the Lord get these things from? The disciples exclaimed as they looked at the demon tree seeds that were growing rapidly. At first, the demon tree seeds were only the size of a pea. But in the blink of an eye, they grew to the size of an arm and were more than a meter tall. However, this was far from over. The demon tree seeds were still absorbing the blood in the pool crazily. With every breath, the demon tree seeds grew larger. After an unknown period of time, the demon tree seeds had all grown to the size of 12 meters. Moreover, their thickness had also reached the size of an ordinary person's waist. As for the 100 demon tree seeds, they seemed to have turned into a forest and occupied the blood pool. However, at this moment, the blood in the blood pool had completely disappeared. What is the Lord trying to do? Is he trying to use these trees to deal with the 3 demons? I reckon these trees are not enough for the 3 demons to chop down. I reckon those demons will definitely go crazy when they see the blood that they have painstakingly accumulated disappear. The disciples looked at the demon tree seeds and discussed in confusion. Obviously, they didn't understand what Yi Hao was trying to do. Yi Hao looked at the 100 demon tree seeds and calmed down slightly. According to his calculations, the demon sovereigns should be arriving soon. At first, Yi Hao was afraid of being discovered by the demon sovereign. Therefore, he purposely kept the demon sovereigns away from the demon sovereign. With a thought, Yi Hao moved the 100 demon tree seeds around the disciples. The demon tree seeds formed an inner layer and an outer layer, protecting the disciples in the middle. Am I dreaming? What am I seeing? The trees can move. This is simply too terrifying. What exactly are these things that the Lord has brought over? They grew from seeds to trees in the blink of an eye. They can even move. Why haven't I heard of this before? When the disciples saw that the devil tree, which had been in the blood pool at the beginning, had moved to their side, they were even more shocked. What's going on? Just as the disciples were still in shock, Demon Venerable Heaven Blood's shout was suddenly heard. The demon sovereign first looked at the demon tree seeds. Then, he looked at the empty blood pool and let out a furious roar. Second brother, what's wrong? The demon sovereign's roar attracted the attention of the other 2. When the 2 of them came in, they looked at the demon tree seeds and then at the empty blood pool. What's going on? The big brother exuded a murderous aura. One had to know that the blood pool contained a year's worth of blood essence that they had accumulated. When the blood pool was full, the 3 of them had been waiting for this opportunity to break through. However, when they were ready, they suddenly realized that the blood pool was empty. This meant that their efforts of a year had been wasted. How could they not be angry? Big brother, it must be second brother who caught them. That bastard is up to no good, the third brother said with a murderous aura. Kill. The big brother spat out. At this moment, he was filled with anger. Only by killing Yi Hao and the others could he vent the anger in his heart. Big brother, wait a minute. I feel that these trees are weird. There have never been any plants in our cave. Even if there were, they would have been corroded to death by the blood. Moreover, why are there so many trees here? Although the demon sovereign was furious, he pulled the big brother's shoulder cautiously. Second brother, what are you afraid of? It's just some trees. Just destroy them. The third brother said nonchalantly when he saw the worried look on the demon sovereign's face. Chapter 789. After Big Brother and Third Brother finished speaking, they ignored Demon Venerate Tian Shui and attacked the demonic trees. When Demon Venerate Tian Shui saw Big Brother and Third Brother attacking the demonic trees, he stood aside cautiously. Even now, he still felt that there was something strange about these trees. They are moving. They are actually moving. Big Brother, Second Brother, be careful. Demon Venerate Tian Shui's attention was focused on the demonic trees. When Big Brother and Third Brother arrived before the demonic trees, dozens of demonic trees suddenly moved and surrounded the two of them. What the hell is this? Why can't we attack them? Big Brother and Third Brother's reaction was too slow and they were surrounded by the demonic trees. After Big Brother finished attacking the demonic trees, he realized that it was not as he had imagined. The demonic trees were smashed into pieces and only a mark appeared on the demonic trees. This mark was insignificant to the demonic trees. But to Big Brother, it made him a little flustered. Blood Lightning Palm. Third Brother used his martial skill and attacked the demonic trees. A gigantic bloody palm, faintly crackling with lightning, slammed into the demon tree's body. However, the demonic trees only trembled a little. Big Brother, what is going on? Third Brother panicked when he realized that his Blood Lightning Palm could not attack the demonic trees. The Blood Lightning Palm was a martial skill that the three of them shared and it was also their most powerful martial skill. However, it could not harm the demonic trees. Second Brother, think of a way to save us. Big Brother shouted anxiously. Demon Venerate Tian Shui heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Big Brother's voice and knew that Big Brother was fine for now. However, his face was filled with shock and he looked at the demonic trees cautiously. He had never imagined that there would be trees in this world that even demon venerates could not do anything to. However, Demon Venerate Tian Shui did not dare to step forward rashly because he was afraid that he would be trapped by the demonic trees. However, he also knew that these demonic trees should have been created by Yi Hao. Demon Venerate Tian Shui lowered his voice and asked, "Little friend, are you still here?" When Yi Hao heard Demon Venerate Tian Shui's voice, he could not help but smile. "Who is your little friend? If I remember correctly, you wanted to kill us." At this moment, all the disciples were completely shocked. They had personally witnessed the growth of the demon tree in such a short period of time. Although they all felt that the devil tree was extremely astonished, they had never heard of a tree that could grow by sucking blood. However, those were negligible. To their surprise, these demon trees were actually so powerful. Even the demon lord's attack was unable to do anything to them. At this moment, all the disciples heaved a sigh of relief. With the protection of the demon tree, at least for now, their lives were guaranteed. Cough cough. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Demon Venerable Heaven Blood coughed awkwardly. But now that Big Brother and Third Brother were trapped, he had no choice but to lower his attitude towards Yi Hao. "Young friend, this is all a misunderstanding. Both of you are currently tied up. Why don't we each take a step back? You release my Big Brother and Third Brother and I will release the both of you. Let's mind our own business." Demon Venerate Tian Shui's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but his tone was still friendly. He had already planned everything out. As long as Yi Hao released his Big Brother and Third Brother, he would block the entrance of the cave and trap Yi Hao and the others inside. However, Yi Hao ignored him. How could he have known that Yi Hao was also stalling for time and waiting for the demon venerates to arrive? Demon Venerate Tian Shui became anxious when he saw that Yi Hao wasn't speaking. "How about this? If you release my Big Brother and Third Brother, I will give you some blood martial elixirs." Demon Venerate Tian Shui continued. "What are blood martial elixirs?" Are they evil elixirs refined using human blood? Yi Hao couldn't help but feel curious about the blood martial elixirs when he heard Demon Venerate Tian Shui's words. Little friend, don't misunderstand. The blood martial elixirs are elixirs that the three of us obtained by chance. They are definitely not refined using human blood. The blood martial elixirs are useless to demon venerates, but they can greatly increase the cultivation of a demon emperor. Demon Venerate Tian Shui hurriedly explained. Think about it. If you don't release my big brother and third brother, you won't leave this place alive. Demon Venerate Tian Shui continued. How about I untie you first before you release my big brother and third brother? Demon Venerate Tian Shui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his opinion, as long as he captured Yi Hao, he would be able to rescue his big brother and third brother. No need. Yi Hao suddenly said. What do you mean? Demon Venerate Tian Shui couldn't help but frown when he heard Yi Hao's words. Could it be that you really want to die? Demon Venerate Tian Shui really regretted not killing Yi Hao when he had captured Yi Hao. Now, he had brought him so much trouble. No, you are wrong. You are the ones who will die. Yi Hao's voice was heard again. What do you mean? Demon Venerate Tian Shui looked at Demon Tree and narrowed his eyes. If I'm not wrong, your trees can't be attacked at all. I advise you to stop pretending. I will release you and you will release my big brother and third brother. Isn't that the best of both worlds? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Yi Hao ignored Demon Venerate Tian Shui and suddenly shouted. Don't pretend to be. Before Demon Venerate Tian Shui could finish his sentence, his face suddenly turned ugly. That was because he could sense close to 10 powerful auras outside the cave that were not weaker than his own. Demon Venerate Tian Shui couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, when he thought of Demon Tree behind him, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Demon Venerate Tian Shui felt that he was in a dilemma. He couldn't help but look at the entrance of the cave cautiously. My lord, we came too late. Please punish us. At that moment, 10 figures suddenly appeared and blocked the entrance of the cave. Most importantly, these 10 figures all had the aura of a demon venerate. Demon Venerate Tian Shui's face turned ashen. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. You, who are you? Demon Venerate Tian Shui shouted at Yi Hao in a panic. He really didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence could bring 10 demon venerates along with him. Kill him. Yi Hao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Demon Venerate Tian Shui. One must know that he was still tied up and he felt uncomfortable all over. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the 10 demon venerates immediately attacked Demon Venerate Tian Shui. No! Don't! Demon Venerate Tian Shui shouted in horror. Because facing 10 demon venerates, he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Demon Venerate Tian Shui only suffered one attack from the group and died tragically under their weapons. Second brother, are you alright? Second brother, what happened? Chapter 790. The disciples were also puzzled because they couldn't see the situation outside. However, they were able to guess that they would be saved. Thus, they all had joyous expressions on their faces. At the same time, the disciples looked at Yi Hao with admiration. They had thought that they were going to die today. They did not expect Yi Hao to appear and save them. Master, are you all right? At this moment, Yi Hao made the demon trees open up a path. The 10 demon supremacies looked at Yi Hao and asked. However, the 10 demon supremacies were also shocked. They had seen demon trees before and the trees before them were obviously demon trees. They had all comprehended the demonic tree's powerful defense and trapping ability. However, they saw that the demon trees seemed to be under Yi Hao's control. They could not believe how Yi Hao had done it. However, the demon supremacies did not dare to ask further. They immediately untied Yi Hao and the others. After Yi Hao was untied, he immediately stretched his body. Then, he led the group to the demon trees that surrounded the two of them. With a thought, Yi Hao made the demon trees open up a path that was as wide as a person. Boss, there's a way out. The third brother saw the exit and immediately shouted in joy. Let's go. The eldest brother did not care about anything else. He did not want to be trapped here. He immediately said to the third brother and wanted to rush out. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." The first person the eldest brother saw was Yi Hao. He immediately charged at Yi Hao angrily. "You're courting death." Seeing the eldest brother's actions, the demon supremacies did not agree. They immediately joined forces and attacked the eldest brother. The eldest brother's outcome was the same as the demon supremacies. He did not even have the chance to retaliate and was killed. "No, big brother." The third brother who followed the eldest brother out shouted in despair when he saw the eldest brother who had been killed. "You bastards, I'm going to fight it out with you." The third brother shouted angrily. He went into a frenzy and attacked the group. But with his strength, it was naturally like an egg smashing against a rock. He was instantly killed. The three brothers of the Heaven Blood Demon Highness had been committing all kinds of crimes in this forest. They could be said to have robbed countless people just for their blood essence. But who would have thought that they would provoke Yi Hao and get wiped out by Yi Hao? Yi Hao walked in front of the three corpses. He still coveted the blood martial elixir that Demon Venerable Heaven Blood had mentioned. Although he didn't need these pills, his disciples did. In order to challenge the Tianyuan Academy, the disciples had to raise their cultivation as fast as possible. Even though the cultivation of the disciples had risen significantly compared to before, they were still unable to withstand the pressure. But to Yi Hao, it was still far from enough. Yi Hao found storage rings from Heaven Blood Demon Venerable and the other two. "It seems like these three people have killed a lot of people." Yi Hao looked at the storage rings of the three people. There were piles of all kinds of weapons. Just the amount of spirit coins in the three people's storage rings was enough to dazzle one. After rummaging through the three people's storage rings, Yi Hao finally took out two items. One was a blood-red elixir. There were about 40 to 50 of them. The other item was a piece of beast skin. Yi Hao first distributed the blood martial elixir to the disciples. When the disciples received the blood martial elixir, they immediately swallowed it and started cultivating. Seeing that the disciples were immersed in cultivation, Yi Hao immediately looked at the map. "This is a map." Yi Hao looked at the map. It was a map of a part of the magical beast forest. Could there be something good here? Yi Hao looked at the map and suddenly thought excitedly. "This route matches the one I mentioned. I can go and take a look." Yi Hao looked at the map. The last place marked on the map was obviously on the way to the Tianyuan Academy. Yi Hao couldn't help but make up his mind. This time, the disciples generally took a longer time to cultivate. It took them a total of 4 days to complete their cultivation. All the disciples' realms had increased significantly. Half of them had increased by 2 levels, while the other half had increased by 1 level. "My lord, what elixir is this? It's simply too powerful. The power contained in the elixir is really irresistible. It would be great if we could get a few more of these elixirs," the disciples all said excitedly. They realized that following Yi Hao was the happiest moment of their lives. They had only been following Yi Hao for a few days, but on average, their strength had increased by 2 to 3 levels. To them, this was absolutely like a dream. Based on their previous speed, it would have taken them at least 3 to 5 months to raise their cultivation by 1 level. It would have taken them at least a year or so to increase their cultivation by 2 or 3 levels. However, following Yi Hao, they had done it without much effort. "Let's go. Let's continue." Yi Hao saw that the disciples had completed their breakthroughs and had no choice but to continue on their journey. He was also very curious about the animal skin map. What shocked Yi Hao was that the demonic trees could be kept in the system space. This was no different from having another life-saving method for Yi Hao. After all, he had seen how powerful the demonic trees were. They were existences that could even trap the demon lord. Yi Hao could not help but be curious. He did not know if the demonic trees could trap the demon lord. If they could, then they would be invincible. The disciples once again set off on their journey to Tianyuan Academy. This time, Yi Hao did not assign any task to the disciples to hunt for demonic beasts. Instead, He let the disciples practice their respective martial techniques. Yi Hao also discovered a better way to train the disciples than using demonic beasts. That was to use the demonic trees. In front of the demonic trees' strong defense, the disciples' strength could not cause any harm to the demonic trees. Yi Hao ordered the demonic trees to continuously use their branches to attack the disciples. What surprised Yi Hao was that the demonic trees did not know how to attack other than defense. This made Yi Hao understand why the demonic trees did not kill people, but only trapped people. They would trap people until they died and then absorb their blood essence. Under Yi Hao's continuous orders, the demonic trees finally understood what it meant to attack. Under the attacks of the demonic trees, the disciples' proficiency in their martial techniques increased tremendously. Most of the disciples' martial techniques had already reached the basic mastery level. A few disciples had even reached the proficient level. One had to know that this was an advanced mystic demon martial technique. To be able to master it in just a few days was enough to prove that the disciples were very talented. Rumble. Just as Yi Hao was watching the disciples practice their martial techniques, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Immediately, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around Yi Hao. "Master, it seems like a beast tide," a demon lord said. Chapter 791. Be alert. Yi Hao said sternly to the crowd. In his opinion, the number of demonic beasts that could cause such a huge beast horde was definitely not a small number. "My lord, the demonic beasts seem to be heading in our direction," one of the demon supremacies said with a frown. "Let's leave this place first." Yi Hao looked ahead when he heard the demon supremacies. Smoke and dust filled the sky. The demonic beasts were indeed heading in their direction. Everyone quickly left the place when they heard Yi Hao's words. "Quick, look at the crowd. Let's overtake them. Right, attack them." At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly heard a clamor coming from behind him. Yi Hao frowned when he heard what these people said. That was because the thoughts of these people were simply too sinister. After all, everyone knew that whoever fell behind in front of the beast horde would most likely end up as food for the demonic beasts. As for those who fled in front, they would have a higher chance of survival. To begin with, one had to rely on one's strength and luck to survive. Who would have thought that the people behind them would actually want to attack them? Since they had said so, Yi Hao would not stand on ceremony. He said to the demon supremacies, "Break the legs of the people behind us later." Yes. The demon supremacies heard what the people behind them said. Even without Yi Hao's order, they would have done so. "Friends in front, wait for us." The people behind saw that Yi Hao and the rest were moving faster and shouted, "This bunch of idiots." Yi Hao could not help but doubt the intelligence of this group of people when he heard the shouts behind him. Previously, they were shouting so loudly and wanted to attack him. Now, they were asking him to slow down. However, Yi Hao was very cooperative and slowed down. As for the group of people behind them, when they saw that Yi Hao and the others had actually slowed down, their faces involuntarily revealed mocking smiles. "Everyone, if you want to live, listen to my order and attack," a man said sinisterly. When these people got closer, before the sinister man could say anything, Yi Hao suddenly ordered, "Attack." Meanwhile, the demon sovereigns were already prepared to attack. Their attacks landed on the demon sovereigns. On the other hand, the group of people were stunned by the sudden attack of the demon venerables. None of them had expected Yi Hao and the others to make the first move. "Ah, my leg. My leg is broken. Help. You guys are really ruthless." That group of people all had their legs broken by the demon sovereigns, causing them to cry out in pain. "Why? Why did you attack us?" One of them suddenly looked at Yi Hao with resentment. "In the future, if you want to harm others, you should keep your voice down. However, that depends on whether you can survive today." Yi Hao glanced at the approaching smoke and dust and immediately led everyone away. As for the people who were left behind with broken legs, their faces were ashen as they looked at the approaching smoke and dust. Their faces were filled with fear and regret. Yi Hao led the group and fled for several hours before the beast tide behind them finally dispersed. However, To Yi Hao's satisfaction, no one died. Let's rest for a while before continuing our journey. Yi Hao said to the disciples, Lord, we are all hungry from running. Can you roast some meat for us? At this moment, a disciple looked at Yi Hao enviously. Upon hearing this disciple's words, the rest also looked at Yi Hao enviously. One had to know that ever since they had experienced the charm of roasting meat, they had also tried roasting meat. However, they had never been able to roast meat as delicious as Yi Hao's. In the end, all of them simply gave up. This was because after eating Yi Hao's roasted meat, eating their own roasted meat was like chewing wax. Yi Hao looked at the disciples who had already prepared the magical beasts and firewood. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Then, he began to roast the meat skillfully. And when the disciples saw that Yi Hao was roasting meat for them, all of them worked hard and began to cultivate while sitting cross-legged. After all, Yi Hao had been so good to them. They couldn't let Yi Hao down. If they lost the competition, they would feel guilty. Therefore, the disciples didn't let go of any opportunities and began to cultivate with all their might. However, with their powerful talents, their cultivation could be said to have progressed at a tremendous pace. They improved rapidly. Who roasted this meat? Can you share some with us? At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in Yi Hao's ears. However, Yi Hao ignored it and continued to roast the food in his hands. After all, the people in this world were sinister. Furthermore, they were in a desolate forest that was filled with killing. Therefore, Yi Hao had to be on his guard. When Zhao Ling'er saw that Yi Hao didn't leave him, he couldn't help but look at the few demon supremacies. Lords, I wonder if you can get your servants to roast some meat for us. We can avenge you a little. It turned out that Zhao Ling'er saw that Yi Hao's cultivation was the lowest among all of them. The other disciples were cultivating and only Yi Hao was busy. Therefore, he naturally thought that Yi Hao was a servant who roasted meat for them. As for those middle-aged men, it was clear that they were the strongest among them. Zhao Ling'er wanted to find someone to discuss with, so he naturally targeted the demon supremacies. As for the demon supremacies, they had ugly and awkward expressions because Yi Hao was their lord. However, in Zhao Ling'er's words, he was reduced to a servant. Junior sister, there's no need to be like this. Watch me. At this moment, a young man behind Zhao Ling'er immediately walked in front of Yi Hao in order to show off in front of Zhao Ling'er. Young man, help us roast some meat. This pile of spirit coins is for you. It was obvious that the young man's status was not ordinary. He directly threw nearly 1,000 spirit coins in front of Yi Hao. Obviously, he did not take Yi Hao seriously. After all, Yi Hao's cultivation was only in the Demon King realm. And the young man naturally treated Yi Hao as a servant roasting meat. Scram! Yi Hao said without raising his head. What did you say, you dog? Do you want to die? When the young man heard Yi Hao's words, he was afraid that he had heard wrongly. The young man felt that he had lost face in front of Zhao Ling'er. With a backhand palm, he struck Yi Hao's back. Qin Tian, stop it. Don't mess around. Zhao Ling'er did not expect Qin Tian to be so reckless and hurriedly stopped him. However, Qin Tian would not listen to her. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I told you to scram. Yi Hao sensed Qin Tian's movement and immediately struck back. His palm landed on Qin Tian's palm. Catcher! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Qin Tian screamed miserably as he was sent flying. Ah, my hand is broken. It hurts. Qin Tian screamed in pain. Kill him for me. Chapter 792. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Qin Tian was injured. Although Qin Tian wasn't strong, he was still a third-order demon emperor. Yi Hao, on the other hand, was only in the Demon King realm. They couldn't believe their eyes. The one who was defeated wasn't Yi Hao, but Qin Tian. However, when they thought of Qin Tian's identity, they knew that he was someone they had to curry favor with. All of them wanted to make a move on Yi Hao. Whoever dares to make a move will end up like him. Yi Hao continued to roast the meat in his hand without even lifting his head. Everyone hesitated when they heard Yi Hao's words. After all, although they were more or less stronger than Qin Tian, it was only by a little. Seeing how Yi Hao defeated Qin Tian so easily, they guessed that they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against Yi Hao. "Didn't you hear me? Cripple him!" Qin Tian roared when he saw everyone's hesitation. After all, this was the first time someone dared to be so ruthless to him and break his arm. Most importantly, this was done in front of Zhao Ling. This made him feel very embarrassed, so he had to get back at her. Everyone looked at each other. They couldn't do anything to Qin Tian. Although they felt bitter, they decided to make a move on Yi Hao. After all, they couldn't afford to offend Qin Tian's background. After weighing the pros and cons, they resolutely prepared to make a move on Yi Hao. "All of you, back off with me," Zhao Ling suddenly shouted when everyone was about to make a move. Everyone stopped and retreated to the side when they heard Zhao Ling's words. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. If Qin Tian hadn't forced them, they wouldn't have wanted to make a move on Yi Hao. However, with Zhao Ling's order, they didn't have to listen to Qin Tian at all. "Junior sister, you. My arm was broken by him. Don't tell me you won't take revenge for me." Qin Tian looked at Zhao Ling angrily. "Me. You were the one who wanted to make a move. Furthermore, your skills were inferior. Who can you blame?" Zhao Ling's eyes flashed with disgust as he looked at Qin Tian. What an idiot. Can't he see that there are so many experts here? How dare he cause trouble? At this moment, Zhao Ling had already cursed Qin Tian thousands of times in his heart. After all, as long as one was a normal person, they would be able to tell that those 10 middle-aged men were all experts. Yet, Qin Tian actually dared to cause trouble. Zhao Ling was truly afraid that if they angered the demon sovereigns would attack them. At that time, they would really be doomed. Moreover, the strength of those disciples who were cultivating was definitely not below theirs. It was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. At this moment, Zhao Ling truly regretted coming out with Qin Tian. "Everyone, I'm sorry. My friend is a little reckless. We will take our leave first." Zhao Ling immediately cupped his fists and said to everyone. Although it was a pity that they couldn't eat that tempting barbecue, Qin Tian felt that it was a pity. However, it was still better than letting Qin Tian continue to stay here. When the time comes, he would cause trouble and lose his life. Zhao Ling looked at Yi Hao, who was still barbecuing, and turned to leave. "Wait a minute." At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly spoke. Zhao Ling frowned and looked at Yi Hao warily. "What's the matter, friend? Is there anything else? You're a good person. Take this barbecue as my treat." Yi Hao tossed the barbecue in his hand directly to Zhao Ling. When Zhao Ling heard Yi Hao's words, she was clearly stunned. She originally thought that after Qin Tian's disturbance, she would no longer have the chance to eat this tempting barbecue. However, she didn't expect that things would take a turn for the better. Yi Hao took the initiative to give her a barbecue. Although Zhao Ling didn't understand what Yi Hao was trying to do, she still reached out and caught the barbecue. Zhao Ling wanted to thank Yi Hao, but Yi Hao interrupted her. "If there's nothing else, you'd better leave." "You." Zhao Ling stomped her feet in anger when Yi Hao directly asked her to leave. One must know that with her status and looks, she would be treated like a moon surrounded by stars no matter where she went. In order to get close to her, everyone couldn't wait to curry favor with her. Who would have thought that there would be a day when someone would ask her to leave? Zhao Ling looked angrily at Yi Hao. She wanted to say something, but she realized that Yi Hao had lowered his head again and was talking about barbecue. This made her unable to say the words that were already at the tip of her tongue. Zhao Ling looked at Yi Hao until she remembered Yi Hao's face. Then, she turned around to receive the gift. When everyone saw Zhao Ling leave, they immediately chased after her. As for Qin Tian, he was left behind. When he saw that everyone had abandoned him, he gritted his teeth and shot a resentful look at Yi Hao. Then, he hugged his arms and quickly left. Seeing Zhao Ling and the others leave, Yi Hao couldn't help but put down the barbecue in his hand and murmured, "I didn't expect to see Tianyuan Academy's disciples here." When they heard Yi Hao's words, the demon venerables were immediately stunned and walked forward. "My lord, You said that they are Tianyuan Academy's disciples? When he heard the demon venerable's questions, Yi Hao nodded. Yes. Let the disciples start eating, Yi Hao said to the demon venerables. Then, he took out a map. Due to the influence of the beast tide, the route that everyone took to escape changed drastically. After looking at it for a while, Yi Hao had already determined the direction. He also picked up the barbecue and started eating. Meanwhile, in a small valley, Zhao Linga was eating barbecue, her eyes shining. Oh my God, how can there be such delicious food? After Zhao Linga took a bite, she felt that she couldn't stop eating. She couldn't control her mouth at all and kept eating the barbecue in her hand. One had to know that she had eaten barbecue in the past, but she had never eaten such delicious barbecue. In Zhao Linga's eyes, this barbecue had completely surpassed all the delicacies she had eaten in the past. Zhao Linga realized that her appetite had suddenly increased crazily. Only when her stomach was full to the point that she couldn't eat anymore did she reluctantly stop. When the crowd saw the way Zhao Linga ate, they were all stunned. One had to know that they had never seen Zhao Linga eat like that before. It could be described as a whirlwind. However, it was hard for them to imagine that the barbecue would be so delicious that it could make Zhao Linga behave like that. She didn't care about her image at all. When the crowd saw that there was still more than half of the barbecue in Zhao Linga's hand, they were all salivating. They were all eager to have a taste of the barbecue and see how it was like. However, who would have thought that Zhao Linga would just keep the barbecue? Ah! The crowd was obviously stunned. They hadn't expected that Zhao Linga would keep the barbecue without giving them a share. Chapter 793. Then, you can have these pastries. Zhao Linga took out some pastries and handed them to everyone. Everyone looked at the pastries with astonishment on their faces. The reason for that was because Zhao Linga's pastries were not ordinary pastries. They could be described as precious jade plates. Only Zhao Linga could carry them around and eat them as dry rations. They were only lucky enough to get some from Zhao Linga. Ever since they ate them, they couldn't forget the taste of the pastries. However, they had only tried a little and were too embarrassed to ask Zhao Linga for more. It was obvious that Zhao Linga liked to eat pastries. Pastries were Zhao Linga's favorite. However, Zhao Linga didn't want to give them the roasted meat. Instead, he took out his favorite pastries and gave them to everyone. Everyone couldn't help but think about how delicious the roasted meat must be for Zhao Linga to be like this. This made everyone even more curious about the taste of the roasted meat. However, Zhao Linga's expression was clearly saying, "You want to get the roasted meat from me? Impossible." Everyone could only take the pastries and start eating. After all, they were also very envious of the pastries. Now that they could eat their fill thanks to the roasted meat, they were very satisfied. "Young Master Qin Tian, do you want some?" One of them walked up to Qin Tian with the pastries and asked. "Scram!" Qin Tian scolded unhappily. His face was still full of murderous intent. "You dog, I won't let you off." Qin Tian looked at his broken shoulder and said fiercely. "Hurry up and eat. We still have to rush back to the academy after eating," Zhao Linga said, ignoring Qin Tian. They had come to the forest because they had accepted the academy's mission to train and kill demonic beasts. Now that the mission was completed, they naturally had to go back. Zhao Linga looked at the roasted meat in the space and thought about Xia Haoshuan's appearance. He muttered to himself, "I wonder if we will have the chance to meet again in the future. What an interesting roasted meat guy." After the disciples finished eating, Yi Hao immediately started searching according to the map on the animal skin. According to the clues on the animal skin, Yi Hao guessed that this might be a ruin or a secret realm. One had to know that as long as it was a relic or a mystic realm, it represented an opportunity. Since he was lucky enough to obtain this map and the route was the same, Yi Hao naturally did not want to miss it and wanted to take a look. Moreover, Yi Hao had a guess in his heart. If this guess was correct, it could greatly increase the strength of the disciples. The group traveled at full speed for more than 10 days. Over the past 10 days, they traveled during the day and had the disciples kill demonic beasts or cultivate at night. Therefore, in these 10 days, all the disciples also had their own improvements. However, it was clear that his improvement was not as fast as it had been at the beginning. According to the location on the map, it should be around here. Yi Hao led everyone to a desolate area. "My lord, what are we doing here? There isn't even a single magical beast here." Everyone looked around in panic. Not to mention that there were no magical beasts, there wasn't even a single tree. There were only weeds all over the ground. "There is an array here," Yi Hao said sternly when he heard the puzzled words of the disciples. Even though the level of his array formation was too low, he could sense that there was an array formation here. Yi Hao guessed correctly. The location marked on the map was here. Moreover, this place was definitely not a desolate place. Then there was only one possibility. The real environment and things were hidden by an array formation. Therefore, when they saw this place, they would think that it was a desolate place. Only when they found the real entrance could they see the real face of this place. "Follow me and don't wander off," Yi Hao instructed everyone and then began to search carefully for the entrance of the array formation. As for the crowd, they were all dumbfounded. They did not know what Yi Hao was trying to do. This was because they felt that this place was a desolate place and it was very real. How could it be that there was an array formation here as Yi Hao said? However, no one dared to disobey Yi Hao's orders. They followed closely behind Yi Hao. Everyone followed Yi Hao and walked around this desolate place for 3 to 4 days. However, they still did not find anything. "My lord, what are you looking for?" "How would I know? We have been searching for 3 to 4 days. I don't know how long it will take." "Sure, keep your voices down. Don't disturb the Lord and distract him." At this moment, everyone was following behind Yi Hao. They felt bored and discussed softly. "Haha, just as I expected, I found it," Yi Hao said with a smile. When everyone heard Yi Hao, they immediately walked to Yi Hao's side. They wanted to see what Yi Hao had found. "All of you, follow me," Yi Hao said to the crowd. Suddenly, he took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. "Oh my God, where is the Lord?" Everyone exclaimed when they saw Yi Hao suddenly disappear. "It seems like the Lord is right. There is an array formation here. Let's hurry up and follow him," a demon supremacy said. "What?" Everyone was stunned. The Lord even knows about array formations. Does he have to be so crazy? At this moment, other than admiration for Yi Hao, all that was left was admiration. One had to know that they, including the demon supremacies, did not see the existence of an array formation here. Instead, they did not believe Yi Hao when he said there was an array formation here. Now, they had no choice but to believe him. They did not dare to delay and immediately chased after him. At the same time, they all disappeared on the spot. "Big brother, I think I saw a group of people disappear over there." Just as everyone disappeared, a large group of people suddenly appeared in the periphery of the desolate place. This group of people belonged to a hunting association. They usually hunted demonic beasts and sold them for money. Of course, these people who licked blood on the tip of their blades had done many things like killing and robbing. "Kid, did you go overboard with that woman just now? Are you hallucinating?" The leader of the association, He Yang, looked at the desolate place and scolded jokingly. "Ha ha ha." He Yang's words caused a roar of laughter. That underling said solemnly, "Boss, I am definitely not hallucinating. I really saw a group of people disappear over there." Seeing how serious his underling was, He Yang also believed him a little. He could not help but look in the direction his underling was pointing at. "Boss, I think I saw it too, but I thought I was hallucinating," another underling stammered. Chapter 794. He Yang had been in the magical beast forest for a long time. Naturally, he knew that the forest was full of opportunities. Many strong people in the ancient demon realm would occasionally enter the secret realm or the ruins to obtain treasures and soar to the top. In He Yang's opinion, this was an opportunity for him to soar to the top. Although he didn't know what the ruins were, his heart was already boiling with excitement. "Quick, We can't let them get the good stuff. He Yang licked his dry lips and said anxiously to the rest. Big brother, wait a minute. Seeing He Yang's anxious look, one of his underlings immediately stopped him. What's wrong? He Yang looked at his underling in confusion. Big brother, we don't know what the ruins are. Although it is full of opportunities, it is also full of danger. If we go down rashly, I don't think it's appropriate. The underling quickly analyzed. He Yang felt that it made sense and asked his underling, then what do you think we should do? In my opinion, let the brothers guard here and set up a trap. When they come out, we will reap the benefits. The underling smiled sinisterly. Good, good, good. Your brain is not in vain. We will do as you say. He Yang smiled when he heard his underling's idea. You, go and call all the brothers in the guild over. Remember, this operation must be kept a secret. He Yang looked at the 40 to 50 underlings beside him and felt a little uneasy. He couldn't help but order one of them. Don't worry, big brother. You can rest assured with my work. The underling patted his chest and promised. He then left quickly. Seeing that his underling had left, He Yang immediately ordered the rest of the people, everyone, be alert. Don't let a fly off. Whether or not we can achieve meteoric success in the future depends on whether or not we can complete this business deal. Yes. The underlings' eyes were burning with passion as they shouted in unison. After Yi Hao entered the array, he looked at the scene in front of him. It was extremely dark and gloomy. What is this place? Yi Hao looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but frown. The sky was covered with dark clouds and there was no sunlight at all. A rotten smell rushed into his nose. Lord, what is this place? Right at this moment, everyone appeared behind Xia Haoshuan. They all looked around with uncomfortable expressions on their faces. This was because the surrounding environment was extremely oppressive. If possible, the crowd would be more than happy to leave this place immediately. I don't know either. It should be a relic. Let's go forward and take a look. Yi Hao shook his head gently and took the lead to walk forward. Everyone took out their weapons and followed behind Yi Hao. Master, look, there seems to be someone there. Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed. Don't talk nonsense. This place has existed for who knows how long. How could there be anyone here? Another disciple said. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. The crowd looked in the direction that the disciple was pointing at, and they were all stunned. That was because there was a figure slowly walking forward. Is there really someone here? Many disciples exclaimed softly. My lord, what should we do? All the disciples looked at Yi Hao nervously. Because they had been together for a long time, they had completely treated Yi Hao as the center of attention. Be careful. Let's go and take a look. Yi Hao said to the crowd and immediately walked over. The closer he got to the figure, the more Yi Hao frowned. This was because the stench of rotting corpses wafted into his nose. That's not right. This isn't a human. Could it be a zombie? Yi Hao looked at the figure that was still walking forward and suddenly guessed. Swoosh. Just as Yi Hao was thinking, the figure in front suddenly turned around and attacked Yi Hao. Blurg. Be careful, my lord. When they saw the true face of the figure, many disciples vomited. A few of them exclaimed. This was because the figure in front of them wasn't a human. Or rather, it wasn't a living person. This person's face was rotten and his eyes were sunken. He looked extremely disgusting and was obviously a zombie. You're courting death. Seeing the figure that was attacking him, Yi Hao immediately slashed at it with his sword. Yi Hao's sword directly pierced through the zombie's chest. However, it was useless. It couldn't kill the zombie at all. The zombie stretched out his hand and continued to claw at Yi Hao's chest. Yi Hao had no choice but to let go of his sword. His body suddenly jumped back and dodged the zombie's fatal attack. It can't be killed. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the sword in the zombie's chest. I don't believe that you can't die. Yi Hao also knew that the person in front of him was already a zombie. It couldn't be compared to a normal person at all. Since his attack on the zombie's chest didn't kill it, Yi Hao immediately attacked the zombie's head. Yi Hao suppressed the disgust in his heart. He frowned and took out his weapon to attack the zombie's head. One slash. Yi Hao directly used a martial technique and slashed at the zombie's head. Yi Hao's broadsword instantly split open the zombie's head. What was strange was that the zombie's head wasn't filled with brain matter. It was only a ball of dark green flame. Ghost spirit fire. Yi Hao remembered seeing it in a secret manual. As long as a corpse underwent some special changes and became a zombie, it would form a spirit fire. This spirit fire was called the ghost spirit fire. This ghost spirit fire was equivalent to the soul of a zombie. If one wanted to kill a zombie, they had to extinguish the ghost spirit fire. Furthermore, there were strong and weak ghost spirit fires. A zombie with a weak ghost spirit fire didn't have any consciousness at all. It was like a walking corpse. However, the ghost spirit fire could grow. When it grew to a powerful ghost spirit fire, it would slowly gain its own consciousness. Only zombies with thoughts of their own were the strongest among zombies. Clearly, the zombie in front of him didn't have any consciousness at all. It was just an ordinary zombie. Yi Hao was just about to extinguish the ghost spirit fire when his eyes suddenly changed. A black shadow shot out and shot directly at the ghost spirit fire. Heavenly Yin spirit. Seeing this black shadow, Yi Hao couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. One had to know that in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, the heavenly Yin spirit fell into a deep sleep in the heart of the formation. This caused Yi Hao to almost forget about the existence of the heavenly Yin spirit. Who knew that the heavenly Yin spirit would appear again at this time? The heavenly Yin spirit directly swallowed the ghost spirit fire and then circled around Yi Hao. As for the zombie, after losing the ghost spirit fire, it was like a puppet whose strings had been cut and fell to the ground. Bang bang. Just as the zombie fell to the ground, a sound suddenly rang out. Yi Hao immediately walked to the zombie's side and kicked the corpse away. He saw a ring on the ground. Chapter 795. This interspatial ring seems a little familiar. Yi Hao picked up the interspatial ring on the ground. My lord, isn't this the interspatial ring of Skyblood Demon Venerate and the others? A demon Venerate asked when he saw the interspatial ring in Yi Hao's hand. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao took a closer look. Indeed, the interspatial ring was exactly the same as the one on Skyblood Demon Venerate and the others. It seems like the three of them must have been here before, Yi Hao thought to himself. Yi Hao immediately sent his consciousness into the interspatial ring. He saw some herbs and some spirit coins inside. However, Yi Hao's gaze landed on a few porcelain bottles. These porcelain bottles were exactly the same as the ones on Skyblood Demon Venerate and the others. Yi Hao suppressed his excitement. There was a high chance that the blood martial elixir was in these porcelain bottles. The blood martial elixir was the reason he had taken this risk. Although the blood martial elixir wasn't as perverse as the leveling elixir, it could raise one's cultivation base by 1 level. However, it was definitely the most helpful to the disciples. It was also the best way to raise the disciples' cultivation base. Yi Hao had also observed that the blood martial elixir raised the disciples' cultivation base by a lot. It was no different from cultivating on their own. It wasn't like other elixirs. Although they could raise one's strength, the strength they could unleash was very weak. It simply couldn't achieve the effects of one's own cultivation. Elixirs like these should never be consumed. After all, consuming them would cause one's foundation to become unstable. It would be very detrimental to one's future cultivation. Although it could provide a temporary boost, there would be no end to it. Therefore, most people wouldn't consume such elixirs unless they had no other choice. However, the blood martial elixir didn't have any of these drawbacks. This was also why Yi Hao didn't have to worry about giving the disciples the blood martial elixir. Yi Hao opened the porcelain bottle. Indeed, there were 4 or 5 blood martial elixirs inside. There were a total of 4 porcelain bottles in the interspatial ring. This meant that they had obtained a total of 20 blood martial elixirs. Yi Hao wasn't in a hurry to give the blood martial elixirs to the disciples. After all, the environment wasn't suitable for cultivation. Yi Hao put away the blood martial elixirs and led the disciples forward. After walking for a while, Yi Hao found another figure. This time, Yi Hao did not delay and directly split open the zombie's head. The ghost spirit fire also immediately appeared. The heavenly yin spirit beside Yi Hao immediately flew over and swallowed the ghost spirit fire. Then, it flew back to Yi Hao's side. What is this thing? Why have I never seen it before? Everyone looked at the heavenly yin spirit that was like a shadow but darker than a shadow. It was entrenched beside Yi Hao and they were all very curious. Everyone realized that as long as they were by Yi Hao's side, they would see things that they had never seen before. Everyone couldn't help but be curious as to what use the heavenly yin spirit had. Yi Hao walked up to the zombie and bent down. Sure enough, he saw another ring in the zombie's hand. Yi Hao didn't stand on ceremony. He directly took it and sent his consciousness into the spatial ring. He saw that the items inside were similar to those of the zombies. After Yi Hao took out the blood martial elixir, he placed the interspatial ring into the interspatial system. Everyone walked forward again. The environment they saw seemed to be in the wilderness. However, there were always some zombies appearing. Everyone couldn't help but be curious as to what kind of place this was. Along the way, they didn't see any groups of zombies. They were all scattered zombies. Every time they encountered one, their strength wasn't high. They were only at the beginner devil emperor level. Every time they encountered a zombie, Yi Hao and the heavenly yin spirit cooperated very well. After Yi Hao split open the zombie's head, the heavenly yin spirit would swallow the ghost spirit fire. In any case, the ghost spirit fire was useless to him. Therefore, Yi Hao naturally let the heavenly yin spirit swallow it. However, Yi Hao didn't know what kind of changes would occur after the heavenly yin spirit swallowed the ghost spirit fire. He couldn't help but be curious. However, without a doubt, Yi Hao could feel that every time the heavenly yin spirit swallowed a ghost spirit fire, its strength would increase by a bit. They had been here for about 6 to 8 hours. However, Yi Hao had only killed less than 10 zombies. This caused everyone to feel incomparably gloomy. It was all because this strange place was simply too big. However, no one dared to let down their guard because no one knew when danger would appear. "My lord, there seems to be a building in front." Suddenly, a devil venerable shouted. After Yi Hao picked up the interspatial ring on the ground, he immediately looked to the right where the devil venerable was pointing. It was pitch black in front of them. However, they could vaguely see some buildings. "Come, let's go and take a look." After seeing the buildings, Yi Hao said excitedly. At the very least, they didn't have to run around aimlessly. This place seems to be a sect. Yi Hao looked at the huge building in front of him. Although it was dilapidated, he could still vaguely see the glory of the past. What kind of sect is this? It's actually so big. Everyone looked around. The location of this sect wasn't smaller than Rain City. Moreover, it seemed to be a few times bigger than Rain City. One had to know that Rain City was the main city of Rain Domain. It could accommodate millions of people. However, the ruins of this sect were actually a few times bigger than Rain City. One could imagine what kind of existence this sect was when it was in its glory days. What made everyone sigh was that no matter how beautiful things were, they couldn't withstand the destruction of history. Just like the sect before them. It was obvious that it had been forgotten in the long river of history. Only this pile of ruins was left to prove that it had once existed. Once the ruins disappeared, all traces of the sect would be erased from history. Perhaps the future generations would never know that such a powerful sect had once existed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as everyone was still sighing about the changes that the long river of history had brought to the sect before them, 4 figures suddenly flew out and attacked them. "Be careful!" Yi Hao shouted and immediately attacked with the people around him. Everyone knew where the vital points of these zombies were. Therefore, they attacked the heads of the zombies. The heads of the 4 zombies instantly exploded, revealing 4 balls of ghost spirit fire. When the heavenly yin spirit saw the 4 balls of ghost spirit fire, it immediately flew out excitedly and swallowed the 4 balls of ghost spirit fire. Yi Hao looked at the clothes of the 4 zombies. They should be the guards of the sect. Unfortunately, the symbols on these people's clothes were already rotten. It was impossible to tell what they were. Yi Hao walked to the 4 zombies and picked up the 4 interspatial rings. From this, it could be seen how powerful and glorious this sect was in the past. In the Rain domain, only demon sovereigns and above were lucky enough to obtain interspatial rings. Below demon sovereigns, only demon sovereigns could obtain low-grade interspatial rings. Chapter 796. My lord, this sect is a little strange. Why do they all look like zombies? A demon supremacy said with a frown as he looked at the 4 zombie corpses on the ground. I also feel that something is strange. Let's take a look first. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. Fortunately, every time they killed a zombie, they would obtain a lot of blood martial elixirs. Therefore, Yi Hao was very motivated. Everyone, I think there are more zombies up there. Be careful. Yi Hao guessed and then reminded everyone. Yes. Everyone had been waiting for the battle to begin. After passing through the sect's gate and walking for a few dozen meters, they saw a martial arts field. There were hundreds of figures in the martial arts field. They were all zombies. The most shocking thing was that the ground of the martial arts field was covered with a thick layer of white bones. At a rough estimate, the bones were at least 1 meter high. There were also many rotting corpses on top of the white bones. My lord, what is going on? Everyone was completely stunned by the scene before them. If they didn't know that they had entered the sect's ruins, they would probably think that this was hell. There were just too many white bones, so much so that it was a little shocking. I think these zombies are also fighting with each other. Yi Hao looked at the white bones on the ground. Most of them had their heads smashed and the ghost spirit fire had disappeared. Of course, there was also the possibility that these people had their heads smashed before they died and didn't turn into zombies. However, Xia Haoshuan felt that the former was more likely. My lord, it's just as you said. These zombies are actually fighting with each other, Li Xiaotian exclaimed. Everyone looked in Li Xiaotian's direction and saw 2 zombies fighting fiercely. The 2 zombies seemed to know each other's Achilles heel. Every time they attacked, they would attack the other's head. In the end, one of the zombies was defeated. Then, the victorious zombie pounced on the defeated zombie and swallowed the ghost spirit fire. The zombie that had lost the ghost spirit fire collapsed on top of the white bones. As for the zombie that obtained the ghost spirit fire, what made people feel strange was that it actually had a look of enjoyment on its face. My lord, I feel that this zombie's strength seems to have increased compared to before, Wang Kai exclaimed. These zombies are at least 5th-order devil emperors. Yi Hao frowned as he looked at the hundreds of zombies in front of him. After all, there were hundreds of demon emperor-level zombies. Furthermore, they didn't feel any pain when they were attacked. The only fatal wound a zombie could inflict was on its head. Only by smashing the zombie's head and extinguishing its ghost spirit fire could the zombie be killed. With their strength, it was still relatively easy for them to crush the heads of the zombies with a single blow. But in the face of such a large group of zombies, it was easier said than done to shatter all their heads. Because if he was not careful, he would be surrounded and attacked by a large group of zombies. Yi Hao and the demon supremacies were still fine facing the siege of a large group of zombies, but the disciples would definitely be in danger. However, there were so many zombies and each of them had a space ring on their finger. This was definitely a huge temptation for Yi Hao. Not to mention, there were blood martial elixirs in every zombie space ring. This was simply a miraculous elixir for martial artists below the level of demon emperors. Just those space rings alone were a huge fortune. Moreover, there were many space rings on the pile of white bones that was almost 1 meter high on the ground. Obviously, these were free space rings and blood martial elixirs. But at the same time, it was also very inconvenient to obtain these blood martial elixirs. Because the hundreds of zombies were scattered around the martial arts field. As long as one stepped into the martial arts field, they would definitely be attacked by the zombies. Should I do it or not? Yi Hao narrowed his eyes as he pondered. Obviously, there were opportunities and dangers in front of him. If he wanted to obtain wealth, he would have to bear the risks. "My lord, why don't we kill the zombies together with you and let the disciples watch from the side?" a demon supremacy said as he saw through Yi Hao's thoughts. "Okay." Yi Hao thought for a moment and nodded his head. The level of the zombies was too high. Most of the disciples were no match for the zombies. They would only be courting death if they were sent to fight the zombies. "My lord, I also want to fight. I want to train myself," Li Xiaotian suddenly said. Yi Hao looked at Li Xiaotian's cultivation. He had already broken through to the 8th Order Demon Emperor. Among the disciples, he was already considered outstanding. The average strength of the zombies was only at the 5th Order Demon Emperor. With Li Xiaotian's strength, he would not be in danger as long as he did not face too many zombies. Therefore, Yi Hao agreed without hesitation. Yi Hao looked at the disciples and said, "Inner disciples can fight, but you must pay attention to your own safety. Outer disciples, stand aside." "Yes." Hearing Yi Hao's words, the 10 inner disciples immediately agreed happily. As for the 10 outer sect disciples, although they also wanted to fight, they also knew their own capabilities, so they obediently retreated to the side. "Kill," Yi Hao said in a deep voice. Then, he stepped into the martial arts field. Fortunately, only 2 zombies rushed toward Yi Hao. The rest of the zombies did not seem to notice Yi Hao. They were still walking in the same place. Everyone split up. Seeing that Yi Hao had only attracted 2 zombies, the rest of the zombies didn't attack him. The demon sovereigns knew that these zombies did not have intelligence. Their attack range was limited. The zombies would only attack when they stepped into the attack range. "There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. I will correct it immediately. There is not enough time. There is not enough time. 200 words missing. I will correct it immediately. Chapter 797. Yi Hao killed the zombies while guarding the disciples. Only when the disciples were in danger would he lend a helping hand. The heavenly yin spirit was extremely busy. As long as someone smashed the zombie's head, the heavenly yin spirit would immediately fly over and devour the ghost spirit fire. The hundreds of zombies were easy to kill in the beginning. But later on, as their physical strength was depleted, the speed of killing slowed down. After killing all the hundreds of zombies, the group used close to 3 days before they finally cleared the martial arts field of all zombies. "Clean up the battlefield," Yi Hao smiled and said to the group. "All right." The group was very happy and began to search for rings on the ground. In a short while, everyone found dozens of rings. All the rings added up to close to 1,000 rings. And there were still many spatial rings on the ground. Of course, the group would not let them go. It took them an entire day to clean up the entire martial arts field. The number of rings in the end was close to 10,000. Even though the group was prepared, they still sucked in a breath of cold air. From the number of spatial rings, it could be seen how powerful this sect was. But such a powerful sect had still fallen. The group could not help but guess what caused this sect to become like this and why so many people had turned into zombies. The group did not believe that this was a coincidence. Let's rest for a while before we set off. After 3 days of fighting, the group was already very tired. Yi Hao spoke up. According to the normal sect layout, the area further down should be the inner sect's territory. Yi Hao guessed that the zombies there should be even more powerful. And there was another point that he was worried about. That was, the zombies that they had encountered so far had not gained sentience. Perhaps they might encounter zombies that had already gained sentience. Such zombies would undoubtedly be troublesome to deal with. But with such a great opportunity here, how could Yi Hao give it up so easily? So even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he had to give it a try. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission to kill the final boss of the ruins. You have obtained a chance to summon the Demon Emperor. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission of uncovering the secret of the ruins. You will receive a special reward. Just as Yi Hao was resting, the system notification suddenly sounded. The quest has been activated. Yi Hao was a little surprised when he heard the quest notification. However, when Yi Hao saw the reward for the first mission, he knew that he had to complete it. This was because the trip to the Tianyuan Academy was fraught with danger. With the protection of a Demon Emperor in the dark, it would be much safer. Furthermore, the summoned Demon Emperor was permanent. Therefore, even if it was for the sake of this Demon Emperor, he had to kill the boss here. However, Yi Hao also knew that it would not be easy to kill this boss. After all, for the system to reward a summon opportunity to summon a Demon Emperor level powerhouse, the strength of this boss would not be too weak. After everyone had recovered their strength, Yi Hao ordered the outer sect disciples to stay in the training grounds to cultivate. After all, these external disciples were of no help at all. At the same time, everyone had to split their attention to take care of them. Therefore, the right choice was to leave them in the training grounds. At the same time, Yi Hao took out a large number of blood marshal pills and gave them to the outer sect disciples. He told them not to waste any time and to focus on cultivating and increasing their strength. After seeing the blood marshal pills, the outer sect disciples were overjoyed after experiencing the effects of the blood marshal pills. Yi Hao thought for a while and decided to leave a Demon Emperor behind to protect the outer sect disciples. This was because he could not be sure if someone would accidentally barge in. After instructing the outer sect disciples, Yi Hao led the rest of the people and continued on their journey. Let's start cultivating. We can't help at all now. We can only work hard to cultivate and defeat the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy. After seeing Yi Hao lead the group away, one of the outer sect disciples spoke up. Then, everyone cleared out an area and started to consume the blood marshal pills to cultivate. Strange. Why is there no movement after so long? He Yang had been waiting on the wasteland for a few days. He was very anxious. At this moment, there were about 500 to 600 people on the wasteland. They were all focused and scattered around the wasteland. These people were all He Yang's subordinates. They had put down everything they were doing and were sent here by He Yang. One could see how important this matter was to He Yang. Big brother, should we send some of our brothers in to take a look? Suddenly, one of He Yang's subordinates suggested. No need. Just wait here. I don't believe that they won't come out. He Yang waved his hand and said. By the way, did the other guilds know about this matter? He Yang suddenly thought of something and asked. Big brother, don't worry. I sent someone to spread the news that we have received a big mission to kill a Demon Emperor. The other guilds will not suspect anything. The subordinate quickly said. That's good. He Yang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the subordinate's words. At the same time, he looked at his subordinate with praise and said, You have done well. When we find the treasures, I will give you more. Thank you, big brother. I will be loyal to you and fight for you for the rest of my life. He Yang's subordinate said happily. Tianyuan Academy, in a secret realm. In a huge medicinal pool, more than 10 disciples were sitting cross-legged and absorbing the medicinal power in the pool. Beside the pool, there were a few disciples who were sparring with rank 5 disciples. Dean, if this continues, the achievements of these disciples will be extraordinary. At this moment, not far away, an elder said to the dean. Ever since Yi Hao announced the challenge, these disciples had not come out of the medicinal bath. One had to know that this medicinal bath was made from countless spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, as well as various powerful spiritual herbs. The cost of every medicinal bath was very expensive. Tianyuan Academy only opened the medicinal bath for 3 days every year for the top 10 disciples of the inner and outer courtyard to cultivate. However, it had never been like this where the medicinal bath was opened all the time. The disciples could experience the baptism of the medicinal bath for 3 months. Even the elders were envious of these disciples. One should know that even they had never been so extravagant before. Chapter 798. Dean, is it worth it to spend so many resources just to defeat the first academy? Suddenly, an elder asked. One had to know that the amount of resources consumed in these 3 months of medicinal baths was simply an astronomical figure. Even for the Tianyuan Academy, it would not be easy to bear the cost of such resources. This had consumed 20 to 30% of the total resources of the Tianyuan Academy. If these resources were taken out, they could nurture more disciples and give them more opportunities to grow. After all, it was possible that a disciple's future path would undergo an earth-shattering change after 3 days of baptism in medicinal baths. As for these 20 disciples, after so many days of medicinal baths, many of them actually managed to achieve a breakthrough. The rest of them had their cultivation level increased greatly and could break through at any time. In other words, in 3 months' time, the average strength of these 20 disciples would be greatly improved. The first academy is nothing. The dean sneered disdainfully. What I want is to raise the prestige of the Tianyuan Academy and raise the grade of the Tianyuan Academy. Dean, could it be that you are doing this for the academy ranking competition in a year's time? Hearing the dean's words, the elders were enlightened. Master, I feel that the gloomy aura is getting denser. As the group walked, they could feel the chill in the air even though they were demon sovereigns. This chill was not a normal chill, but a chill that was filled with gloomy aura. It seems that someone has purposely turned this place into a place of extreme gloomy aura. Yi Hao looked at the surrounding environment. It was obvious that this was man-made to nurture these zombies. Similarly, the denser the gloomy aura, the stronger the zombies that were nurtured. If Yi Hao's guess was right, there must be a strong zombie waiting for him ahead. Ha ha ha, someone actually dares to barge into the array elixir sec. At this moment, a strange laughter was heard. Just as everyone was looking around cautiously, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before them. He can actually speak. Is he a human or a zombie? Seeing the middle-aged man who had appeared out of nowhere, the disciples discussed nervously. Yi Hao looked at the man. Although his body had not rotted, he could see that his face was extremely shriveled. Moreover, the middle-aged man did not have the slightest bit of vitality. Instead, he carried a dense aura of death. Moreover, this middle-aged man claimed to be from the Formation Pill Divine sect. Yi Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was because he had read the historical records of the Array Pill sect. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Array Pill sect could be said to be the largest heaven-level sect in the ancient demon domain. The Array Pill Divine sect used arrays and pills to spread their culture to the world and attracted all the genius disciples in the world. Even the children of the royal families were sent to the Array Elixir sect. At that time, the Formation Pill Sacred sect would be completely above all the countries. All the countries would have to submit to the Formation Pill Sacred sect. And at that time, the Alchemy Dao and Array Formation Dao completely reigned above the present martial artists. However, one day, the Formation Pill Divine sect chased all the disciples out of the sect, leaving only a small number of disciples behind. As for the disciples that were kicked out of the sect, they did not complain in the slightest. Furthermore, they did not reveal why the Formation Pill Sacred sect did that. The various powers sent people to investigate why the Formation Pill Sacred sect would do such a thing when they were at their peak. However, everyone discovered that the Formation Pill sacred sect had actually disappeared and never appeared in the ancient demon domain again. Since then, whether the Formation Pill sacred sect was dead or alive and why they suddenly disappeared, it became a mystery. Yi Hao did not expect that the Formation Pill sacred sect would appear here. Furthermore, looking at the broken buildings of the Formation Pill sacred sect, it was obvious that they had suffered a powerful attack. Yi Hao guessed that the Formation Pill sacred sect must have suffered a great calamity at that time. The middle-aged man in front of him actually said that he was a member of the Formation Pill sacred sect and that he could speak. It was obvious that he was a zombie that had already gained intelligence. After martial artists died, some of them would turn into zombies. However, most zombies did not have intelligence and were like walking corpses. There were also a small number of powerful zombies that had intelligence and some of their memories when they were alive. Of course, there were also zombies that relied on devouring the ghost spirit fire to increase their cultivation. After reaching a certain level, they would also gain intelligence. However, no matter what, zombies that had gained intelligence were generally stronger and more difficult to deal with. For example, the zombie in front of him was obviously at the level of a demon venerable. Disciples, listen up. Follow me and kill the foreign enemies. Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke again. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, from afar, a group of figures rushed over. It was obvious that they were zombies. These zombies were all in a daze and stood behind the middle-aged man. He can control zombies. Seeing that the middle-aged man had summoned dozens of zombies, Yi Hao suddenly felt that it was a little tricky. No, we can't let him live. Yi Hao looked at the middle-aged man with killing intent. He immediately ordered the demon venerables, kill him first. When the demon venerables saw that so many zombies had suddenly appeared, they knew that the situation was critical. Without hesitation, they all attacked the middle-aged man. Kill these lowly humans. The middle-aged man ordered the zombies. As soon as the middle-aged man's voice fell, the zombies beside him actually attacked the demon venerables. It was as if the middle-aged man knew that the demon venerables were a threat to him. Therefore, the zombies all attacked the demon venerables. However, the demon venerables had received Yi Hao's order. Naturally, they would not waste their energy on these zombies that did not have intelligence. The few of them immediately worked together to repel the zombies in front of them. Then, they attacked the middle-aged man. It's not that easy to kill me, the middle-aged man said in a terrifying voice. At the same time, the middle-aged man shot towards a demon venerable like a cannonball. Be careful. Yi Hao immediately warned. This was because he knew that a zombie that had intelligence was no different from a normal person. In fact, it was even stronger than a normal person. The demon venerables did not dare to be careless. They all cooperated and surrounded the middle-aged man. All of you, follow me and kill these zombies. Yi Hao looked at the zombies that did not have intelligence and attacked the demon venerables at this moment. In order to prevent these zombies from interfering with the demon venerable's killing of the middle-aged man, Yi Hao immediately attacked a zombie after he finished speaking. Kill. Seeing that Yi Hao had already attacked, the disciples did not stay idle. They all challenged the zombies to fight. Ha ha ha, I'll let you have a taste of the power of my corpse poison. Although the middle-aged man's defense was strong, it could not withstand the joint attack of so many demon venerables. Chapter 799. Quick, kill him. Xia Haoshuan said anxiously when he heard the middle-aged zombie. One had to know that corpse poison was an important means of attack for zombies. As long as a cultivator came into contact with it, they would not be able to use their martial power and might even die. Corpse poison was not something that ordinary zombies could possess. Only zombies with intelligence would be able to produce corpse poison and release it as their own means of attack. The demon supremacies had obviously heard of how powerful corpse poison was. Hence, they all had serious expressions and attacked the middle-aged zombie. Ha ha ha, come on, all of you, die. The middle-aged zombie released the corpse poison and a strange gas spread towards the demon supremacies. Be careful, retreat. Yi Hao shouted when he saw this scene and pushed back the zombie in front of him. However, it was too late. The demon supremacies did not expect the middle-aged zombie to release the corpse poison so quickly. At this moment, the demon supremacies were in despair. Even the faces of the disciples were filled with anxiety at this moment. At this moment, the heavenly yin spirit that was surrounding Yi Hao suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, it flew towards the corpse poison. The heavenly yin spirit released a black fog that was close to 10 meters long, and it enveloped all of the corpse poison gas. How is this possible? At this moment, the smile on the zombie's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of panic. That was because he felt that the corpse poison that he released had lost contact with him. The demon supremacies were stunned when they saw this scene. Then, they were overjoyed. They did not expect that they would be able to escape death at such a dangerous moment. The thing that saved them was something that they could not figure out. It was a black shadow. However, at this moment, they knew that the heavenly yin spirit was extraordinary. After all, the corpse poison was something that they could not deal with. However, it was easily neutralized by the heavenly yin spirit. His trying to escape. Kill him quickly, Yi Hao ordered the demon supremacies when he saw that the middle-aged zombie was trying to escape. Where do you think you're going? The demon supremacies shouted and attacked the middle-aged zombie when they heard Yi Hao. At this time, the middle-aged zombie was obviously at his wit's end. Not long after, his head was smashed into pieces. At that moment, the heavenly yin spirit immediately flew toward the middle-aged zombie's head and directly swallowed the middle-aged zombie's ghost spirit fire. Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the middle-aged zombie dead. They couldn't help but feel extremely fortunate. If it wasn't for the heavenly yin spirit, they would have probably died here today. The middle-aged zombie actually possessed corpse poison. This was something he had overlooked and never expected. What he didn't expect even more was that the heavenly yin spirit could actually restrain this kind of corpse poison. As for the other demon lords, they could feel cold sweat dripping down their backs as they looked at the dead middle-aged zombie. They had never felt that they were so close to death. They were actually so weak. In front of the corpse poison, they had no power to resist at all. After the middle-aged zombie was killed, the number of ordinary zombies did not increase, making it much easier for everyone to kill them. Yi Hao walked up to the middle-aged zombie and took its interspatial ring. The first thing Yi Hao saw in the middle-aged zombie's ring was a token. The token was dark gold in color and had a very simple aura. This is dark sand gold. Yi Hao couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the material of the token. He had never seen dark sand gold before. He had only seen it in secret manuals. He only knew that the dark sand gold was extremely rare in the ancient demons realm. It was an excellent material for forging divine weapons. In the current ancient demon realm, dark sand gold was rarely seen. It could be said that dark sand gold was something that couldn't be bought with money. What Yi Hao didn't expect was that the Array Pill sect would actually use dark sand gold as an identity token. It could be seen how extravagant the Array Pill sect was. Although the token in his hand was only a small piece, if he took it out, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. If it was added to an existing weapon, it would definitely increase the grade of the weapon. To Yi Hao, this was absolutely a treasure that was hard to come by. After all, he didn't have a suitable weapon at the moment. What Yi Hao regretted was that there weren't any weapons in the middle-aged zombie's interspatial ring. Other than the token, there were only a few elixir jade bottles. Yi Hao put away the token and opened the jade bottle containing the elixir jade bottles. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Yi Hao's eyes lit up when he took out the elixir jade bottles. This was because the elixir jade bottles contained blood martial elixirs. If these were ordinary blood martial elixirs, Yi Hao wouldn't have reacted this way. This blood martial elixir was much more potent than the blood martial elixirs that he had obtained previously. If Yi Hao wasn't wrong, these blood martial elixirs were definitely at the level of a demon venerate. These blood martial elixirs were meant for demon venerates to consume. Yi Hao had previously been worried about the strength of the demon venerates. Now, he didn't need to worry at all. With these demon venerates' blood martial elixirs, the strength of the demon venerates would definitely increase tremendously. My lord, the zombies have all been killed. Here are the interspatial rings. A demon venerate handed over a large pile of interspatial rings to Yi Hao. Yi Hao accepted the interspatial rings and distributed the demon venerate's blood martial elixirs to the demon venerates. The road ahead will be even more dangerous. Refine these elixirs and try to increase your strength as much as possible. These are demon venerates elixirs. The demon venerates were shocked when they saw the elixirs that Yi Hao handed over. Then, their faces lit up with joy. Although they were demon venerates, given their status in the rain domain, this was already their limit. This was because disregarding talent, wanting to obtain the cultivation resources of a demon lord was easier said than done. Given the strength of their families, they simply couldn't afford to consume them. Therefore, even if they had so many resources, they would still use them to nurture the new generation of disciples. After all, if a family didn't have enough disciples, it would be very scary. As a result, the powerhouses of every family in the rain domain would be stuck at the level of a demon venerate. However, this didn't mean that they didn't desire to become stronger. They were just trapped by reality and had no other choice. When they saw that Yi Hao was going to give them demon venerates elixirs to cultivate, they were naturally overjoyed. After all, having demon venerates elixirs meant that their strength would increase by leaps and bounds and reach a higher level. Thank you, my lord. All of the demon sovereigns received the elixirs with great joy. Immediately, they started consuming the elixirs and cultivating them. Chapter 800. On the other hand, Yi Hao was looking ahead. They had just passed the training field and they had already encountered a demon supremacy zombie. He was very worried that there would be a demon emperor zombie. If there were really a demon emperor zombie, he would have to give up on the mission. Therefore, he could only pray that there were no demon emperor zombies in the Aradan sacred sect. However, Yi Hao could tell that these zombies had not grown for long. After a martial artist died and turned into a zombie, their strength would fall to the bottom. Only through the accumulation of cultivation and the absorption of yin qi over a long period of time could one slowly recover their strength. The young demon supremacy that they had killed earlier was only at the demon supremacy level. However, that middle-aged zombie was an elder of the Aradan sacred sect when he was alive. At that time, the Aradan sacred sect was the strongest force in the entire Myriad Kingdom continent. How could an elder of such a force only be at the demon supremacy level? Therefore, there was only one possibility. He had not been revived for long, so his strength had not fully recovered. Therefore, this gave Yi Hao a glimmer of hope. However, there was one point that Yi Hao could not figure out. Why were there only blood martial elixirs in the rings of these zombies? If someone had deliberately left these blood martial elixirs in the past, what was the purpose of leaving these blood martial elixirs? One had to know that these blood martial elixirs were completely useless to the zombies. If the zombies wanted to grow, they could only kill, absorb the ghost spirit fire, and absorb the yin qi. There was no other way. Moreover, Yi Hao felt that it was strange that he did not gain any experience from killing the zombies. This made him a little confused. Yi Hao looked at everyone who was immersed in cultivation. He did not have the heart to disturb them, so he sat down cross-legged to recover his strength. After recovering his strength, Yi Hao took out a spirit coin. Yi Hao held the spirit coin in his hand and started to control his strength, wanting to absorb the spiritual energy in it. When Yi Hao had entered the ancient demon domain, he had heard from the King Kong that the level of spiritual energy was above the level of martial arts. A person with spiritual power could easily defeat a warrior with martial arts power. It was only later that Yi Hao realized that it was not easy to obtain spiritual power. After a martial artist became a demon venerable, there would be a watershed. When breaking through to the peak of demon venerable, one must comprehend spiritual power. If he didn't comprehend spiritual power, after breaking through to the demon overlord, the dantian in his body wouldn't be able to transform into a spiritual mansion. After that, he would no longer be able to comprehend spiritual energy. He would forever be weaker than others and be suppressed by others' spiritual energy. And if one was at the peak of the demon venerable, after comprehending spiritual power, the martial path dantian in one's body would transform into a spiritual palace. At that time, if he broke through to the demon emperor realm, he would become a true demon emperor. A demon emperor without spiritual energy was destined to be a fake demon emperor and would be eliminated sooner or later. Therefore, many people spent their entire lives, but their strength remained at the peak of demon venerable. It wasn't that they didn't want to break through to the devil emperor realm, but that they couldn't comprehend spiritual energy. They were unwilling to break through to the devil emperor realm. Because as long as one stepped into the demon emperor realm and did not have a spiritual abode, they would never have the chance to comprehend spiritual energy again. Therefore, the success and failure of many people were due to their spiritual power, and at this moment, Yi Hao was curious whether he could comprehend spiritual energy or not. Yi Hao held the spirit coins and wanted to try to restrain the spiritual energy into his dantian. If others knew what Yi Hao was thinking, they would definitely be scared half to death. Because although spiritual energy was powerful, it was also incomparably overbearing. If one wanted to forcefully absorb it into their body, there was only one outcome, and that was to explode and die. Even a peak demon venerable expert wouldn't dare to do so. Because there was a fake demon emperor in the past, because he was too eager to obtain spiritual energy. And he himself had already broken through to the demon emperor realm, so he was no longer able to comprehend spiritual energy. He cut off all means of retreat and tried to absorb spiritual energy into his dantian to refine it. But the result was that the fake demon emperor's dantian was shattered, his meridians were destroyed, and he became a cripple from then on. If this person wasn't a fake demon emperor, because of his strong physical body, he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. Therefore, if one wanted to comprehend spiritual energy, they had to slowly comprehend it when they were at the demon venerable level. To comprehend spiritual energy, one had to rely on luck and talent. Both of these were indispensable. Moreover, only after comprehending spiritual energy would one have an understanding of spiritual energy and have an affinity with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy would no longer resist being absorbed and the physical body would not be in danger. At this moment, Yi Hao was directly absorbing spiritual energy into his body. It could be said that he was incomparably crazy. Because this was completely bearing the risk of his body exploding. This spiritual energy is really powerful. Yi Hao just wanted to guide spiritual energy out of the spirit coins, but he found it extremely difficult. At this moment, Yi Hao already felt that his physical strength had been consumed a lot, and his body even began to sweat. But Yi Hao didn't give up and continued to guide the spiritual energy in the spirit coins. Because he had already felt the strength of the spiritual energy, his heart was filled with a desire for spiritual energy. But until he exhausted more than half of his physical strength, he found that he still couldn't guide the spiritual energy out. Yi Hao looked at the spirit coins in his hand and felt a little regretful. But he had to give up, because he knew that even if he continued, it would be a waste of time. It seems that I can only break through to the demon emperor level and try again, Yi Hao thought to himself. However, although he didn't guide the spiritual energy out, he had a terrible guess. This time, Yi Hao poured his strength into the spirit coins again. But this time, he didn't guide the spiritual energy in the spirit coins. Instead, he used his strength to stir up the spiritual energy in the spirit coins. Then, Yi Hao immediately threw the spirit coins in his hand out. Patter! The spirit coins fell to the ground with a crisp sound, but the scene that Yi Hao wanted to see did not appear. What went wrong? Or is my guess wrong? Yi Hao walked to the spirit coins again, picked them up, and closed his eyes to meditate. After thinking, Yi Hao tried again and threw the spirit coins out again. Over and over again, he threw the spirit coins more than 10 times. Every time Yi Hao picked up the spirit coins, he would sit on the ground and meditate. Then, he poured his strength into the spirit coins again and again, and he didn't get tired of it. Many people took a break in the middle of cultivation, so they were puzzled when they saw Yi Hao throwing the spirit coins around. But they didn't think much about it and immediately began to take elixirs to cultivate. After a day, they didn't know how many times Yi Hao had thrown the spirit coins. They were already numb to it. Logically speaking, it should work. What's wrong? Yi Hao stared at the spirit coins in his hand and suddenly his eyes lit up. I know. Chapter 801. After Yi Hao finished controlling it, he nervously threw out the spirit coin in his hand. Boom! When the spirit coin landed on the ground, a huge crater appeared on the limestone floor. The blue stone was completely blown to pieces, turning into dust that filled the air. As for the people who were cultivating, they were given a big fright. Cough, cough, what's going on? Oh my God, what's going on? Why is there such a huge crater? The aura just now was so strong. Who did it? It seems to be the Lord. How is that possible? As a demon supremacy, I don't think I can make such a big attack. The crowd looked at the huge crater in front of them in shock and heard the huge explosion. They started discussing it. Lord, did you do this? A demon supremacy calmed himself down and asked Yi Hao. The rest of the people also looked at Yi Hao, waiting for Yi Hao's answer. Yes. Yi Hao nodded. He was overjoyed. He didn't expect his guess to come true. His day's hard work wasn't in vain. Yi Hao had obviously used the spirit coin as a bomb. By changing the spiritual energy in the spirit coin, he had caused it to explode. Yi Hao felt that the power of the spirit coin far exceeded that of a demon supremacy. If this spirit coin blew up a demon supremacy, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment, Yi Hao couldn't help but be eager to find some zombies to test the power of his spirit coin. Everyone, let's go. Yi Hao waved his hand and said. The crowd had already recovered their strength. When they heard Yi Hao's words, they immediately followed him. However, they couldn't help but look at the huge crater behind them. They were all frightened. This was because they felt that if the power that created the huge crater exploded on them, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. As the crowd walked forward, they killed many ordinary zombies along the way. However, they didn't meet any zombies with intelligence. My lord, I sense a dangerous aura coming from the front. Suddenly, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked warily at the courtyard in front of them. Elder Council. Outside the courtyard, there were 3 blurry words. Seems like this should be the outer sect elders' courtyard of the Array Pill sect. Yi Hao said as he looked at the courtyard before him. At this moment, the crowd all had serious expressions on their faces. That was because there were over a dozen powerful auras being emitted from the courtyard. And such a powerful aura could only be emitted by a demon lord at the very least. My lord, what should we do now? Everyone looked at Yi Hao and asked. Step back. Yi Hao ordered. What? Retreat. Everyone was clearly stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. My lord, do you want to be alone? Everyone watched as Yi Hao walked towards the elders' compound alone. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva nervously. All of them wanted to stop Yi Hao. After all, he was simply courting death by barging into the elders' compound alone. After all, a demon lord zombie was already enough for everyone to deal with. Now, there were at least a dozen demon lord zombies in the elders' compound. Even if everyone attacked together, they might not be able to deal with them. Their lives might even be in danger. If Yi Hao went alone, the consequences would be even worse. Step back quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you later. Yi Hao shouted at the crowd sternly. Yes. When everyone saw Yi Hao's serious expression, they didn't dare to say anything and immediately stepped back. When Yi Hao saw that everyone had stepped back, he took out a handful of spirit coins. There were at least a dozen of them. The combined power of these spirit coins should be enough. Yi Hao looked at the courtyard in front of him and sneered. Then, Yi Hao immediately poured his energy into the spirit coins and started operating according to his own method. What is the Lord doing? Who knows? I think I saw the Lord holding a pile of spirit coins in his hand. What? The Lord is holding the spirit coins? Is he trying to bribe the zombies? What nonsense are you talking about? Spirit coins are useless to the zombies. Then, what is the Lord doing? When everyone saw Yi Hao holding the spirit coins and standing at the entrance of the elders' compound, they discussed in confusion. Go! Yi Hao took out all the spirit coins and threw them into the courtyard in an instant. As for Yi Hao himself, he quickly stepped back. Just as everyone was puzzled, a loud sound suddenly rang out. It was dozens of times louder than the previous sound. Everyone only felt the ground trembling violently, almost making it difficult for them to stand. Dust and smoke rose from the elders' compound and the heavenly yin spirit suddenly shot into the elders' compound. After a while, everyone suddenly felt that the powerful aura in the elders' compound had decreased by more than half. At this moment, the dust and smoke had already dispersed and everyone looked at the elders' compound curiously. They saw that the elders' compound had been completely razed to the ground. On the ground, there were even some fragments of the zombies. However, there were still 5 zombies whose bodies were in pieces but whose heads were still intact. Who is it? Who did it? At this moment, a zombie let out an angry roar. They are really lucky. Yi Hao was a little surprised. He did not expect that there were still zombies that were not killed by the explosion. If everyone knew what Yi Hao was thinking at this moment, they would probably want to die. One had to know that there were more than 10 zombies at the level of a demon master. Normally, the strength of these zombies was stronger than the strength of warriors at the same level. However, Yi Hao had easily dealt with nearly 10 zombies and still did not know his mistake. You did it. You will be buried with us, you ant. The remaining zombies' gazes were all on Yi Hao at this moment. Suddenly, a few zombies directly joined forces and attacked Yi Hao. Lord, be careful. Seeing the 5 zombies attacking Yi Hao, the crowd immediately panicked, and they all wanted to save him. Don't come up. Yi Hao was afraid that everyone would rush up and it would be more troublesome, so he shouted directly. On the other hand, Yi Hao took out 5 spirit coins and manipulated them while retreating at a high speed. You can't escape. You are destined to atone for your ignorance. The zombies saw Yi Hao escaping and all of them let out horrifying voices. Is that so? You can talk about it if you can survive. Yi Hao sneered and then threw the spirit coins in his hand at the zombies. What is that? The zombies were all intelligent. At this moment, they looked at the spirit coins that Yi Hao threw at them vigilantly. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.